All right. All right. So what we're gonna do, since we got this new situation we got going on, um, everything that I got lined up is still gonna match. So we're gonna play these streams, right? So none of you business sent me some information. And seeing you just got to get into psychology of what's going on here. There's no need to get super charged up and mad. You know what I'm saying? And emotional. You got to look at it for what it is, what it's always been. And it's good that the young brothers and sisters are getting a taste, right, of what we've all known for a long time. But they think that things changed. You know, they get wrapped up in the media and so on and so forth, but they think things actually changed, but no solution. Everything that we've been talking about, all lined up, all goes back to people in representative positions that we might be considered to be black. Can't do nothing, can't defend them, can't stand up, not happening. We don't care what you bring. We already got our mind made up. The writing on the wall. Okay? So, what we're going to do here is we're going to appreciate everybody here. But what we're going to do here is we're going to go look at a lot of these different angles. But it's all going to fall behind one thing: proper representation. Now, when dealing with attorneys, now we have two. We have one that actually fought for somebody that killed a brother, and then we have one that fought with somebody who allegedly killed somebody else, killed a white boy. Or would you say a pale skin on a pale skin, right? Now, under the circumstances, both of them failed. One won, one lost, for what we see in the public, but both of them won in their profession. So, the representation of our people is non-existent, and you need to know that. You got to understand, when this media puts stuff out there, they put it out there for a reason. All this was already pre-scripted, already done. It was already decided. This is why I don't understand why people are not getting the message. Really, the mothers and fathers of people, especially of this age, need to get a clue. I mean, that mother and father is probably my age. They probably in their 50s. He's 16, 17 years old or something like that. So let's say at best they 30 years older than him. So they in their mid 40s. Maybe that's not their first baby, so they might be in their late 40s. You know what I'm saying? So under the circumstances, you know what time it is. Who has convinced you that something's changed? Was it your pocketbook? Was it your income? To make you think something has changed over time. You can't think something's changed over time, because the situations of our people being knocked off by the police and by just bystanders is just rampant. It's continuous. So all right. Well, what we're gonna do is we're gonna do the StreamYard thing. We're not gonna stop what we're doing, but it lines up. It lines up. You know, it's unfortunate. Me, myself, I look at it like this. If you know what time it is, you would tell your son, Look them people in their face and tell them exactly what happened. And say, yeah, get it over with. Not in a disrespectful way, but say, hey, these people have did this multiple times to me. Now, that blade he had on him was in its legal parameters. Now, the one thing is, if I say, do it to me and watch what happens based on the continuous actions that they know to be the truth, then you, under those circumstances, pretty much had your mind made up that it wasn't going to happen. No more bullying. But what his mother and father and that attorney should have did is prepare him to be on the stand. You're going to put him on the stand. This is what you say. It happened. I apologize, in a certain form or frame of how you say it. I wish it didn't happen, but it did. And there's nothing I can do to change it. What I can do is put my mercy upon the court and, and hope for the best. But those two guys, constantly bullying me on multiple occasions. Under the circumstances, it got to a place where it was, and this is how I reacted. I want to give my apologies to the mother and the father of them too. And, wish it didn't happen, but it did. It's the way it's supposed to go. Because at the end of the day, if we still have these same things going on, we just saw two issues. One man got off, one man went to prison. And that young man went to prison, is going to prison. The other man got off after shooting somebody in the back. Not somebody that got attacked and he defended himself and reacted in the way that he reacted that ended up in the death of the other individual. No, this guy was running for his life. He was scared. Somebody chased him down. A 60-year-old man at that, with a younger son that could probably keep up with him, which I pretty much know for a fact that he did it. And he took the charge and he beat it. See how the system works? Is that law? Somebody got to go to jail. You shoot a man in the back, somebody got to go to jail. Period. Somebody go. Here we go. The balance of the law, lady law, is blind. Right? Isn't that the picture that they use? Isn't that the symbol they use for law and order? Justice is blind. They don't see nothing but what is considered to be the facts and the truth of what happened. Now, this is Texas. So in Texas, it's football numbers coming. This young man that is in his teens probably won't get out until he's old man. Probably won't get out till he's old man. He's done. So but at the end of the day, y'all gonna figure it out. Or maybe you might not. All right, let's get into it. Let's get into it. All right. Let me, boom, do that. Bring it to mute up.
In the Asian community. And now you've already heard the news that Rick Chow, the Asian gas store owner who shot and killed 14-year-old Cyrus Carmack Belton back in 2023, was found not guilty. And you also might have seen videos of Chinese people with their black baby Natasha dolls that they squeeze and smash for fun. And you might have also seen these videos of Chinese people in Africa abusing children and calling them real Natasha dolls. These stories might be from different parts of the world, but they represent the same type of relationship that many Asian people have with Black people. And that relationship is defined not just by a dehumanization of Black people, but the belief that Black people are an infinite resource for capitalist extraction, and you can climb the social economic ladder by exploiting Black people as property. The story of Rick Chow and Cyrus is the same story as Latasha Harlins and Sun Jadu, which all revolve around Asian-owned businesses located in predominantly Black neighborhoods that simultaneously profit from having all Black customers while also heavily discriminating against them, which, strictly speaking from business perspective, is absolutely insane, because how are you racially profiling your target demographic? We have seen this dynamic play out many times before in Asian restaurants, Asian nail salons, Asian-owned Black beauty supply stores, and Asian-owned convenience stores located in Black neighborhoods. But when you ask Asian people why they have these businesses in neighborhoods that they actively discriminate against, most of them will say things like, we couldn't get approved in this white neighborhood, we couldn't get a loan over there, we're immigrants, this is all we can afford. And yeah, that is true, but I think the more important questions that we need to ask are, why are you an immigrant in the first place? Who bombed your country and created a refugee crisis in the first place? Who colonized your land and indoctrinated your people into believing that America was the only place that you could build a life? Why aren't you selling fishing equipment and NASCAR merchandise in an all-white neighborhood? And who's currently responsible for sending ICE agents to arrest and deport your people back to the motherland? Last time I checked, the answer to all these questions isn't Black people. In fact, Black folks are the reason why we were even allowed to immigrate to America in the first place. And despite all this rhetoric about Black people stealing and harassing Asian businesses, these same anti-Black Asian businesses never want to admit that loyal Black customers shopping day in and day out are the reason why they've been in business for decades. I believe that anti-Black Asians have horrifically low racial self-esteem because of their own dehumanization. But instead of uniting with Black folks as allies, they've accepted white supremacy as the standard, which means they depend on the notion of Black inferiority and Black criminality as a way to uplift themselves. But the thing is, Asian and Black relations don't have to be this way. And the simple answer to all of this is to genuinely appreciate, love, support Black people the way that they've supported Asian businesses and cultures for years. So not only do we have to respect Black customers and clients because they're giving us money, but we have to learn to genuinely appreciate and understand Black intellectual property and ideas, Black communities, Black children, Black families, Black history, and Black lives. And newsflash, all of this is actually very easy, especially when you realize how much we have in common, how awesome Black culture is, and for the simple fact that Black people deserve compassion and respect just like everybody else. So yeah, fuck Rick Chow, Sun Jadu, Peter Liang, Daniel Holtzclaw, and any Asian people willing to step on Black people's heads just to get ahead. And rest in peace to Latasha Harlins, Akai Gurley, the dozens of Black women abused by Daniel Holtzclaw, and Cyrus Carmack Belton. Again, we need.
There you go. Very good. Nice find, none of your business. Nice find. You got to think about it. When you look at him right there, you can tell he's Japanese. You know, he got the big flat nose, and he probably like, yeah, I wish y'all say something to me. But you gotta look at it. Now this one, I like this one. None of your business. This was a good one. This is all none of your business. She sent me all these things. This is all her. This is a good one. It's another one. Let's go.
And once you realize that Mr. Child really was innocent because they did the bait and switch, his son really killed that young man, and because the gun was registered to the father, he took the charge for first-degree murder instead of manslaughter. We'll be a better community. Hear me out. It's the oldest trick in the book, because you're not telling me however old Mr. Child was, he wasn't chasing down no 14-year-old black boy who was running for his life. With his adrenaline pumping, he was going to get away. But you know who did and could chase him down? Mr. Child's son. Why wasn't the ballistics ran on the son? You know why? Because the gun was registered to the father. And that was the story that they made up. Apparently, according to court documents, they were the only two witnesses. So, of course, they could say what they want. So, you mean tell me not a Ring camera was working? You mean tell me not a Wise camera was working? Not a camera was on that corner. And if I'm not mistaken, it was a Shell gas station. That was probably on that same corner, right? So, you telling me for over 100 yards, I'm going to say that 60-year-old plus man ran and chased down a 14-year-old black boy who was scared to death? Nope. Mr. Child's son did it. And I think there should be an investigation on the son. You can't recharge Mr. Child because that's what they was banking on. Because that's double jeopardy. However, no one questioned the son. No one tested the son's hand for gun residue. I'm nobody's attorney. But fuck, I should be. And you know what else I thought about? How come they didn't put that to the test? How come they didn't put it to the test? How come they didn't set it up and have Mr. Child run 100 yards with his adrenaline pumping, chasing after that 14-year-old black boy? Do it again. If you did it once, you can do it again. Do a mock trial. I mean, the same exact way that they look for the biggest, strongest athletes for the NFL, the same way they look for the biggest, strongest athletes in the NBA, is the same way they should have tested him. Put his ass on the field. You can run down the street 100 yards, not winded, and still aim and shoot. No, here's how I think this went. Young man knew where his father's gun was. He grabbed the gun. He chased the boy out the store because, again, his back was turned. He was no longer a threat. And once your back is turned, now what is that? First degree. As soon as he left the store. In Maryland, we got a cool down period. So if you had enough time to think about it before you ran, you should have stopped. However, back to the situation. Young man knew where his father's gun was, grabbed the gun, went after the young boy, chased him down, shot him. The father, even according to court documents, administered CPR. Now, if you stole from my store and I shot you, I'm not giving you CPR. It is what it is. However, they knew that the little boy didn't have nothing on him. On camera, he went through that boy's bag, he went through his hoodie. There was nothing there, and he still decided to pursue. Yeah, the son went after him. Even if Mr. Child started out running, because that's what it shows on the tape, that son caught up past the father with the gun, shot that boy. Go after the son. Because I'm not wrong. At all. And I may be late to the party for this one. Yeah, that son did it. And once you...
Yeah, that one right there. Yeah, them fires right there. Yeah, we'll put them fires up on that one. Yeah, put the flames up. She put that man. That's a Perry Mason, a Perry Masonette. That's Perry Masonette right there, boy. She made it. Boy, she put that all down. She taught me something I didn't even know. The father administered CPR. Son, what did you do? Give me that gun. Let me wipe that off. Boy, go wash your hands. Hey, man, go get that camera. Mama, go get that camera. Next. Telling you. All right, we about to turn the page. Woo, we about to turn the page. I'm just saying, that is a cover-up. That is what you would call a conspiracy by the district attorney's office, by the county, by the judge. That is conspiracy theory. Whew. But I think it'd better yet turn into a conspiracy to defraud. That's called, I don't know what it is in that state, but that is rules 470 something. Well, that's code of civil procedure, but in the federal court, that's rule 60. Yeah, fraud upon the court. All right, next.
These officers and agents, whenever they come at you, it's an offer to contract. And I gave this example. It's like if you're walking down the street and some...
Hold on a second. Make sure. Turn my camera. Copper Draco, what's going on, my brother? What's happening? Hey, look, Copper Draco. You know, I put that out there at the end of the last one about what we talked about. So we got to figure it out. You know what I'm saying? So if you're still there, we need to figure it out. You know what I'm saying? See what we can do. Try to see if we can get your mom some holistic type of treatment. You know what I'm saying? And you gave me permission, so I said that. You know, I mentioned it at the end real briefly. So we just trying to figure out what we can do on that. But yeah. Yeah, let me promo that. So what we looking for, you know, let's see how we can get a little fun together so we can help out Draco's mom who got 4-stage cancer. And see if we could get her somebody, maybe somebody that does juices, that understands the holistic method, and maybe can help her out. At least she'll be able to keep food down and, you know, be balanced in the you know, that stage where they're doing all that what do they call that? What is that? What is that called? Where you go through chemo and you go through chemo and radiation. You know, so if we could do that, that'd be great. You guys let me know. I can work it out. We can figure out how we can maybe get his Cash App or whatever in there. Maybe I think, I don't know about a GoFundMe or whatever. Maybe a Cash App would be cool. We can work that out. And that'll just be somebody that we get on holistic. If you got somebody that can provide all these remedies and stuff like that, juicing and everything, you know, I told him to look at this one doctor. I ain't gonna say his name. You know, I don't know if that'll get it hit, but there's a doctor way back in the day that had a remedy that he was helping people out in the early 1900s, in the 30s, where he was healing people. But outside of that, that's where we at. All right, cool. So, yep. So he said, appreciate that. So, you know, those are the one things. But, you know, yeah, I get that. None of your business. But if you juicing and you get the right things up in you that can stay down, you know, you can't do a lot of different stuff. But if you deal with the juicing, certain things that make sure that can pretty much modify so that radiation and you know, the chemo and all that stuff that goes up in you doesn't just, you know, it that will create a balance. It'll create a balance at best, you know, because once you get on it and all that stuff, you know, they do that. But I'm not getting into all that extra stuff. Let's deal with the finding somebody that actually can get these things together, we're not going to give them a whole lot of advice, but we wanted somebody that can get it done. That's what we want to deal with. Somebody that can get it done, and we'll go from there. But yeah, let's continue. Let me mute up.
These officers and agents, whenever they come at you, it's an offer to contract. And I gave this example. It's like if you're walking down the street and some random dude in regular clothes walks up to you with a piece of paper and says, "Here, sign here." That's all he says, just sign here. And you're like, "What? Who are you? Where are you from? Like, what's your name?" "I'm not going to sign anything. I don't know who you are." You know, it's easy to do it that way because they're not wearing this uniform with a badge and this hat, you know, like looking official. But it's the same exact thing. You might as well be wearing a Burger King outfit, you know, a costume. So you have to treat it as such and ask the questions necessary to get information. And you're going to be in control in that way. If it gets to a point where it gets heated, another thing is because it's an offer to contract, what can you do? You can give your terms. You can give your fee schedule. You can just make a claim against the bond of the officer. You can make a claim against it. It's not a lawsuit. Okay, a lawsuit is one thing, a claim is another. A lawsuit is giving daddy government the keys to decision, letting them decide, the court, the judge decide what they want to do. Usually they're going to lean towards the officer because they want to, that's their protectors of their trust. When you make a claim, there's nobody to say yes or no. You can just make a claim against the bond of the officer.
I'm gonna run that back. Ty Sam, what's going on, man? Hey, look, Ty Sam. We're going to be working on if you there. We're gonna be working on doing something for Copper Draco. You know what I'm saying? He needs some assistance. You know what I'm saying? It's a family issue, and you know, is dealing with his mom. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna figure it out. You know, if you go over the Smoke channel, you know what I'm saying? I think OG, everybody over there, that shit is spread right there. So we can kind of figure out something where we're looking for somebody that can do some holistic stuff, juicing and things like that, that'll be able to help him out where he ain't got to spend a lot of money. But if he does, we can put some money together, try to find something so we can help the brother out. All right. Appreciate you being here. All right. What's going on, brother? Engine. All right, let's get back to it. I'm going to rewind this so you guys can hear this again. Now, this still falls within the lines of the brother that got shot by Chow and the brother that just got convicted. All this works within the same little atmosphere. I know he's giving an example from somebody that wants you to sign here, a police officer, but this goes across the board. Hold on. Let me mute up.
Officers and agents, whenever they come at you, it's an offer to contract. And I gave this example. It's like if you're walking down the street and some random dude in regular clothes walks up to you with a piece of paper and says, "Here, sign here." That's all he says, just sign here. And you're like, "What? Who are you? Where are you from? Like, what's your name?" "I'm not going to sign anything. I don't know who you are." You know, it's easy to do it that way because they're not wearing this uniform with a badge and this hat, you know, like looking official. But it's the same exact thing. You might as well be wearing a Burger King outfit, you know, a costume. So you have to treat it as such and ask the questions necessary to get information. And you're going to be in control in that way. If it gets to a point where it gets heated, another thing is because it's an offer to contract, what can you do? You can give your terms. You can give your fee schedule. You can just make a claim against the bond of the officer. You can make a claim against it. It's not a lawsuit. Okay, a lawsuit is one thing, a claim is another. A lawsuit is giving daddy government the keys to decision, letting them decide, the court, the judge decide what they want to do. Usually they're going to lean towards the officer because they want to, that's their protectors of their trust. When you make a claim, there's nobody to say yes or no. You can just make a claim against the bond of the officer. These officers and agents, whenever they come at you. Now,
Remember when I showed you guys the definition of a claim? Now, we're going to get into a couple things. That's what's going on. So you guys get a clear understanding of what's happening. What's going on, Rod Will? But yeah, we're going to get a clear understanding of these things. Now, I know people be like, well, yeah, hold, get down, it's just like, I didn't want to do that. I did not want to do that. Get out of here. I'll call you right back, bro. But yeah, so you get past the emotions of it, and we get to the absolute meat of the definitions. These legal and lawful definitions, rule of law, constitution. This is how you're gonna know that these attorneys ain't shit, ain't gonna be shit, and won't ever be shit. Because they know this. Now, what I heard through the grapevine is that a lot of these universities don't even teach constitutional law anymore. You got to go to a special place to even get constitutional teaching. Everybody is working off administrative acts and practices and things like that. Now, I understand they say, well, I was listening to Smoke Signal Channel earlier before I went on, and I was like, they're talking about legalese conversation. The legalese conversation is what got him in the situation and what got him convicted. But then people are actually talking as if they know. I'm not saying no names. But you don't. You don't know. Because you don't even know how to recognize. And you remember what me and Kay Glover was talking about last night. A letter of specific instructions. This is what I need. This is what I need you to do. Because if you don't do it, my case, anything that goes to the contrary of what I wanted, that goes against me in any conviction or ruling, it's going to get thrown out. Why? Because I have what? I have ineffective counsel. Listen. This is why I said the other day that certain people need to stop talking. Because as you're talking, you think you know something. Just say you want to get this degree and you're taking these courses so you can make some money. Because that's what them two brothers did. They are attorneys because they make good money. They could charge $500 a what? An hour. They make pretty good money. Now, this guy, this is what I'm saying. The one guy that fought for Child and one guy that fought for this young brother, Carmelo Anthony, and lost, should be out of business. But guess what? They're going to say, hey, you did the best you can. You did the best you can. Bless your heart. Bless your heart. What? You're out of business. I had a situation, right? When I talked to an attorney, right? I said, I asked him a question. What is your job? He said, I don't understand. What you mean? What I mean is, what is your job? I don't know. What are you saying? I ain't never been asked this question before. I said, your job is to win. That's it. There's nothing else you can do in that situation but win. And if you don't think you should win, that you can win, you need to step down and tell your client you can't win and you don't know how to. You know what he did? Won. You challenge somebody. Hey. Remember, I'm a coach. Look, if you don't think you can win, this is not the place to be. You need to find another team that'll say, Lil Johnny and Lil Jerome, y'all go ahead and just play your best, and we're going to clap and you'll get a trophy. No, your job is to win. If you can't win, let me know so I can fire you. See, I need somebody else that they'll take that shit personal. On top of that, you win, man, your shit going up the roof. Everybody wants your services, bro. It's not rocket science. It's really not. And if I'm lying, I'm flying. That motherfucker won. Shit. It's common sense. This is not the legalese. I got to be politically correct or I got to say the right things. Nah, man, what is your job? I remember exactly where I was at. I was leaving Sacramento to go to LA. I was on the freeway, got on that 99, and I called him at his office. I asked him a question. He said, yes, how may I help you? I asked him, what is your job? What? He thought it was going to be all the salutations. What is your job? I don't know. Your job is to win. So win. And he won. And he wasn't a private attorney, by the way. This is what I'm saying. I don't know what goes on the east of that goddamn Mississippi, but y'all better get y'all shit together because it seems like y'all 30 and 40 years behind. Better wake the fuck up. And you're going to have more of these young people losing their lives and going to jail over tripping and falling over something. Y'all better wake up. Yep. I'm going to talk shit to you. Yep. Ain't no way in hell those two situations should have happened. Not in 2026. Y'all still running behind. Y'all out of your rabbit ass mind. Y'all still trying to philosophize and say, yeah, well, it could have been, what? Well, it was something where he, that knife was only so long, and but they saying, well, the jury decided not to allow the self-defense situation and all the speculations and presumptions and assumptions of what's going on, and what nothing sticking. These were people's own emotions, feelings, and opinions on what they're going to do with this young man's life. Now, multiply that by 1 million. See, when these pale skins go, they go for a reason. When they going. Like, they'll sit the fuck down. Like, yep, I did it. Sure did. And they going with a smile. So, under the circumstances, hey, everybody but our people go to prison for a reason. When they go there with their chest sticking out. He going over there and people up in there still talking about, man, I ain't do nothing. Man, I don't even know why I'm here. Why you here? Man, they said they got me on this. That's the first thing coming. Man, they said, man, they did this and they did that and this person did this and this person did that. Well, did you do it? Hell no, I ain't do it. I ain't mean to laugh because it's funny. I'm laughing because I'm laughing so I can balance out a little bit. It's asinine. But here it is. You're going to pay $20,000, $30,000 to get these people. You all need to understand something. And y'all need to stop trying to philosophize this bullshit what these people been doing for the last 60 years. First of all, 60 years ago, what that 2026, 60, carried to 12 and over there. Yeah, that's 1966. It was killing niggas first. Waters, German Shepherd dogs. Lynching, hanging. Then they said, oh shit, we got to stop. Federal government said, hey man, y'all got to stop that shit. To the states, they said, okay, well, we need to figure out another way. We got to change the system. And we need to be able to do it in a way that we can kind of slide it up under the rug and they'll figure it out later, maybe, if they do. But we'll at least get about 10, 15, 20 years of free labor out there as remember life. Martin Lawrence and Eddie Murphy. Shit, that's y'all. Shit, the state got 40 years of free labor out your ass. Uh-huh. Yeah. If y'all know that. All right, let's get back to it.
Talk about reparations. We pay reparations. What do you mean you want reparations? Our taxpayer dollars, which are mostly white people paying that, goes to, what is it? Affordable housing, government programs, EBT, scholarships, DEI, you guys getting jobs. Holy shit. Let's take all that, factor in the theft, factor in the crime, factor it in the murders, and then we'll talk about reparations on this show. How about that? You probably won't like that, will you? Because you're not going to like the numbers.
You want to talk numbers and facts? Let's do it. First of all, you talk about DEI programming when white women are the main beneficiaries of DEI programs. You mentioned EBT and SNAP. Over 60% of SNAP beneficiaries are white. You also talked about your tax dollars. Did you know that over 50% of folks who commit tax fraud are white? Which probably relates to why over 80% of tax cuts go to white families and only 1% go to Black families. You better be grateful I talked about these numbers instead of your IQ, because then you'd be real mad.
Hey, that's like my bad. That's like my type of speed right there. She was kind of fine. Like that one right there. See, that, never mind. Anyway, I'm joking, but I'm not joking. Let's get to the next one. Now, this next one will even empower what the sister said, right? And I said that white kryptonite. Here it come.
We'll give you employment if you're unemployed. We'll give you welfare and security. All we want in return is all of your labor for all of your life. Didn't you read those 732 pages of the 1935 Social Security Act before you signed the application? The entire text of the contract is in writing. It's always been available. And any judge will look at you and say, why didn't you read the contract then? And you might say, well, I didn't know anything about the Social Security Act of 1935. Nobody presented the contract to me. That's because it's called an adhesion contract. You didn't hear of adhesion contracts in public school? By the way, who operates those public schools, ladies and gentlemen? And who operates Social Security? If you knew that you were worth $435,000 over the course of your life, can you understand why government doesn't want you to understand the Social Security Act? Now, the IRS Form 1040 comes into play right along this line also, and it is in the nature of an installment note, yearly payable upon continued exercise of the franchise and its derivative of the law merchant. Among other things, this is why the IRS manual in the legal reference guide at page 58, section 11 states, quote, in any case not provided for in this act, 26 USC, the law merchant shall govern. All states have adopted this in their uniform business and commercial codes. In the UCC 1-103 of Arkansas Uniform Commercial Code, 85-1-103, Washington Revised Code 62A1-103. Every state in the Union has such a provision.
All right, so we're gonna stop right there. Now, you see the young lady was talking all that high power stuff. Oh, we the one that paid the taxes and everything like that. Every state uniformly has the Uniform Commercial Code in there. So you get it. See, that's all gaslight. But see, the sister came back with some stats, some good stats. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what'll be going on with this Instagram thing. I don't know how to do that. It's in live video. I don't even know how to work this thing, man. I don't know how that stuff works. All right, let's get back to it. But look, somebody help me with that damn Instagram thing. So that was just somebody, right? You see the white people kryptonite? They don't understand what's going on. They don't know nothing. They're saying they're the only ones paying taxes. They're doing this and that. They're doing that. Yeah. You think so? All right. All right, let's get on to the next one. Where are we at here? Bang. A little cartoon for you.
Yeah, let me ask you this. Has anybody ever seen a motor vehicle dealership? Because in all my years, I ain't never seen a motor vehicle dealership. Ever. Not one. Automobile dealership. Well, how did the week motor vehicle? Well, when you read the security agreement and stuff, it goes from being an automobile and you being a buyer, a purchaser, to you being a borrower, then being a lender, then to you being a debtor and you having a motor vehicle and permission to use a motor vehicle because they bequeath the NSO and MCO to the state. So at that point, you need your own tag if you take your vehicle out of the system. Let's send you an exempt plate. Let's send you an exempt tag. Every state has exempt plates and tags, so you can blend in. They don't want you sticking out like a sore thumb. Every DMV, and here's the thing, if you go to a dealership, all you got to tell them is that you're going to register it in another state, and they have to give you the MSO or MCO. But they do have it on deck. So all they're doing.
That was a good one. Know your business. These are good ones. Know your business. What else do you do besides look at strings? Yeah, it's just got a lot going on. All right.
Look at the definition of bill of exchange. People always get confused. They're like, it has to have three parties. It has the drawer, the drawee, and the payee. But what I didn't realize for the longest time, and what I don't think a lot of you guys realize, is the drawer and the payee can be the same person. So if I say, I, Brandon Joe Williams, unconditionally ordered, James Johnson to pay me at this date, then Brandon Joe Williams is the drawer and Brandon Joe Williams is also the payee. So people get confused. They're like, oh, a bill of exchange has to have three parties. It has to have three parties, or it can be two parties, and the payee and the drawer are the same person. Very important, because people get confused, right? And what that means ultimately is that the word draft and the word bill of exchange is the same term. They mean the same thing. I was confused about that for a long time. Look at the definition of bill of exchange. People always get confused. They're like, it has to have.
All right. So to go back to the motor vehicle thing, there was keywords he said in there: security agreement. What it actually says, this is what I mean by a repurchase agreement, where you transfer all rights and title, where they put you in a subjective position so that way you can pay their taxes. That's all it is. Taxes, debt, all being the same thing. You can look up Title 26, 6304. Is it 6304? Yeah, I think it's 6304. That is the Fair Tax Collections Act. they actually pull it, and I can actually pull up the Inspector General over Tax Administration's article where he talked about they adopted that based on the theft that's been going on and identity theft and the misrepresentation of the collection of taxes. This is why Trump won billions of dollars. Yeah, I better leave Trump alone, man. The nigga showing you something. Hate that nigga another day. But right now, you need to pick up the game, and this is what I'm here to do. Just trying to show you what he's doing. Because they hit him on this, they got him, he got them on a 63, what is it, 63-30, 63-31 or something dealing with collection of taxes and disseminating information. Now, I'm not going to get into, I can do something, I got to do it properly. So, you know, they wouldn't think I'm trying to educate you guys or something. I got to make it entertaining. But under those other circumstances, like dealing with that motor vehicle and the repurchase agreement, what's happening is that they changed that security agreement is connected to a promissory note. You have a promissory note and hold harmless indemnity agreement with the security agreement. And what that does is create a uniform commercial code, like the other guy was saying, the old man was saying, in the whole perspective of how they do their business. But what they do is they get us to give them the authority to hold them harmless and indemnify them from any type of fraud or misrepresentation of material facts. That's how it's done. None of your business. And you know, we just got to read the fine print. That's why you get from the Asians, let's bring the Asian hook in it, no pun intended, hurry up and buy. Hurry up and buy. And that's just what it said. Hey, we need you to do this. We need you to sign this. Initial here, initial here, initial. Man, your head's spinning. Yeah, if you don't do it right now, you ain't going to be able to get it. That's what is it? Car salesman, not a motor vehicle salesman. Got it? Car salesman, not a motor vehicle salesman. Does that help? Now, in this last one that I showed, dealing with bills of exchange, right? So we dealt with bills of exchange, and what I could possibly do is bring that up a little bit later so you can understand what we're talking about, because we're talking about the Bills of Exchange Act and we're talking about the Negotiable Instruments Act, where they tell you these definitions and what this means, and it's actually real. The connection of everything, and we talked about it yesterday. I was hoping the sister came up here, we could build on it just a little bit, you know, do some surface talk. That the entities that come in to just like the cartoon was talking about the vehicle and the car salesman, when you buy a car, and what they do with the MCO or the MSO, that's the manufacturer certificate of origin, which is the birth certificate of the automobile. And they said MCO, MSO, in the other acronym, I forgot what that was. But the bill of exchange, what you're doing with drawer and payee. But these entities are nothing but servicers. They service these loans. They service these extensions of credit. And that's how it works out. But neither here or there. Let's get to the meat of everything. Let's get to the meat of everything. What we're gonna do is go here. Let me hide this real quick. Let me go here with the Hold on. All right, where we at here? Bam. Where'd it go? Yeah, I wanted to get in. My main thing was I wanted to get into HUD. I wanted to get to HUD, FHA, and I actually pulled up. There's going to be some certain points where I want to talk about this HUD thing, because I think at the end of the day, people don't understand that there's a lot of credits, funding, grants that you can actually get. Now, of course, I'm going to focus on California, but you know what I'm saying? This is nationwide. But since we had this situation, I want to deal with a couple definitions. And, you know, at the end of the day, I want to show that these attorneys ain't shit. I'm going to tell you they ain't. If you ain't got no constitutional lawyer, you ain't got nothing. His situation should be constitutional, straight up. A constitutional lawyer is going to make sure that Article 1 and Article 2 doesn't come into the fold. This is going to be Article 3, straight common law. Now, I'm going to give you these definitions so that way you can understand it, because these definitions that you find in Black's Law come from the Supreme Court. And when you're dealing with the Supreme Court, which is Article 3, which is the highest level of law, then you'll know what they're talking about. So all Article 3. Because if it gets to them and they hear it and they give their opinions on it, that means that there is a constitutional question regarding the violation or not violation and of the defendant. Let's just say it in that situation, of the defendant, and the error, what they call it a error, like ERR, but that error means error of the court. Now, court and judge are synonymous in appeals. So I just want that to be clear. So what we're going to do here is we are going to, damn, I got a lot of tabs going on. Hopefully it don't get wild. Let me go to my history real quick. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's go back. Let's go to history. I'm gonna go to my history and I'm gonna pull up what I did, you know, that Dallas. There it is. We're gonna pull that up and make sure get the thing out the way. Bam. All right. All right, let's go. Let's pull it up. Let's get over to this guy right here. Before I get to mine, I want them to show them theirs.
Not planned, not premeditated, not going to that track meet, not going to that stadium on that fateful day, planning to carry out some violence. That's what the defense in its closing arguments has been sharing with jurors, that this was sudden passion. And it came in the closing statements in the punishment phase after jurors clearly rejected the idea of self-defense and guilt or innocence. Mike Howard said, even though self-defense may not apply, when we react in a moment when our mind has not had time to process and calm down and time for cool reflection, that is different from when we have time to think and still do something bad, as he asked these jurors to consider sudden passion as a mitigation.
So he's begging. See, this is where you're going to have to stand on your own business. You went there, and let's just say you went there based on the fact that you was tired of getting bullied or whatever it was, and you did what you did. You got to live with that. You got to stand on it. Let it be known what's going on, because you know that this whole system has already been, if something would have happened to you, I guarantee, well, ain't no guarantees, but at the end of the day, it might have been a different situation. If you just sat there, didn't do nothing, didn't put your hand in your pocket, pull your blade out, or do anything, or you just got out there and try to defend yourself and they jumped you or whatever, you know what? Nothing would have happened to them. Nothing. Nothing would have happened. You know that. That's why you went and did what you did. You went there and you did what you did after. You didn't go there to do that, but when you was there, and my thing is, I'm thinking there was a woman involved. I think there was a lady girl involved too as well. Had to be something. You know what I'm saying? It can't be that simple. There's something that's being left out. But when you get to that point, if the attorney and the mother and father let you know what time it is, you already know. If you do something, you got to stand on it, and that's how you're going to roll. That's it. So, all right. So, let me make sure I got everything. All right. Let's go. Let's go back over here.
Mitigating factor here as they assess punishment for Carmelo Anthony. But let me share with you what Bill Werski said.
Now, just think. Now, what I want you guys to do is, because this is this classroom. Ain't nowhere else. Nobody else talking. It's here. Punishment. Listen to the terms. Jury finds Carmelo Anthony guilty of murder. All right? Keep all these in mind. Punishment.
Sudden passion does not mean blaming Austin or Hunter Metcalf. That is not what this is about. Sudden
passion. Why is he using these terms? Sudden passion. Passion? We're going to look at this stuff.
Passion is not the reason he said that Austin Metcalf is dead. And he went further to say, I know it's not easy, but I want you to think it is clear. Guilty of murder. Hand out a sentence that is meaningful, a lengthy sentence that can begin to heal these people and this community.
So this is what the attorney's saying. This is what this brother's saying. He's saying he is guilty of murder. Now, this motherfucker got it. I mean, God damn it. Hold on. Back up. This guy should know. And we're going to pull up who this dude's attorney is. This guy should know what these terms mean. He should know what these terms mean. All right. So at this point in time, he's asking for mercy on the court. If you're charged with murder, by definition, let me show you the definition. All you're doing is saying mercy on the court. Passion. What does all this mean? See, but everybody's talking as if they know what it means and they're going in this direction and they're having opinions about it without doing full investigation and breakdown of these words. Y'all need to stop it. Stop it. Knock it off. You're not helping.
He is asking for more than 40 years. He didn't give him a number, but he's clear. At one point he said, lives have already been taken. Life sentences have already been handed down. Hand down a lengthy sentence, hand down a life sentence, send a message that this community won't tolerate senseless violence. And again, Lori Brown is still in the courtroom. She's been sharing information with us. And what we know from Lori Brown is that It is possible Judge Roach will allow these jurors to go as late as 11 o'clock tonight. That's what Lori Brown is being told by Steve Stoller, who was the retired public information officer for the city of Plano, who was brought back just to handle the media on this case.
You know what that means? They about to give him some numbers. But they didn't want to come back so fast, so people say, oh shit, well, they you know, they really deliberated. They was fighting in the court. They want you to think that they was actually beating each other up over the terms and conditions. They already got their ass. They already got that shit made up. They already told them, wait a minute, you can't come out too fast. We already then had a trial that lasted what? A few days. So don't come out too fast. Y'all gonna sit here for a minute. We about to go order some pizza and some chicken, some wedges. Y'all gonna sit here and eat what y'all need. Hey, y'all need steak, potato and green beans, and what y'all need. Y'all gonna sit here today. We are not gonna make this quick. We need them to sit and ponder all day, and we want all them niggas to be out there weary while they standing out there jumping around acting a goddamn fool. Yeah, that's what we need. So y'all gonna sit here, and then we gonna sneak y'all out the back door, and then we gonna whoop de whoop, and then y'all go on back to your life. Remember yesterday, act, right? What is an act? We didn't get to the other parts of the act, but what I'm saying is that, just saying, now you got, you know, got big ears up there. That nigga got big ass ears. It's a big ear dude. And you think he really, you know, he got to be level. He got to do his job so he can keep his job. So, all right now. And then they had the brother, and I'm gonna show you the other brother with the big afro. You know, he was looking quite mighty black, yeah, black powerish. You know what I'm saying? Hey, all right, where we at? There you go.
He has told the reporters who are in the courtroom, we don't know how long they'll deliberate, but if it goes until 11 p.m., then any kind of press conference would happen.
Now, you know damn well he don't like brothers. Boy, he looked like one of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Boy, glasses bigger than his head. Ain't got nan hair connected to his face. I mean, you know. But you could tell by his lips, that boy smoked good, don't he? Boy got charcoal on them lips. Yeah, he do.
Happen tomorrow. So it is possible that the judge will allow them to go until late into the night. Will it take that long? There's no way for us to know. We can say, though, it was less than 3 hours for guilt or innocence, right? Which I think most people thought it would take longer than that to.
Right. Is the thing on? Where's the sound?
with us, and what we know from Lori Brown is that it is Stoller, who was the retired public information that goes until 11 p.m. than any kind of press conference would say, though it's possible. But how the bad thing with this Carmelo Anthony?
Well, it sounds weird. It's easier to say guilty or innocent, two choices. Now you got 10 years, 15 years, 20, 25, up 99 is the top end. So that's a lot of different choices they'll have to work through. Right.
Right.
Sean
Absolutely.
Redley. Make sure you turn on notifications to get updates right on your home screen. We'll be right back.
All righty then. So, let's go over here. I need to stop the screen. Let's go here to some definitions. What we're going to do first is go to murder. Yep, we're about to do that. All the people who want to hang around, you can hang around. We're about to go to murder. We're going to look up the definition of that. What does that mean? And how does it apply? All right. Hold on. Okay. So what we got? 1246. And look, information, education. If you entertain, that too. But we just want to look at these definitions, right? And see if this was actually proved. All right. So right here, if you look at it, everybody can see the screen. Everybody see the screen. Everybody see the screen, right? Okay. Everybody can see the screen. Yep. You can see the screen. All right, so it says the unlawful killing of a human being by another with malice aforethought, either express or implied. Now, what we're going to do right there, right? Take quick note of that. Take quick note of that. We're going to go to implied. See if implied is in there. Let's see if implied is in there. Now, under the circumstances, I don't know if it's here or not. Implied. There we go. It's there. Implied. This word is used in law as contrasted with express, right? Because it said express or implied, where the intention in regard to the subject matter, subject matter. Y'all gonna learn something today, whether you like it or not. Subject matter is not manifested by explicit and direct words, but is gathered by implication or necessary deduction from the circumstances, the general language, or the conduct of the parties. So when they put on the record, he said, touch me and you will find out, that's what you would consider to be implied. So they can put the murder on you based on that statement. So let's just say if he didn't say nothing, would he have got off? You dig? All right. So keep this in mind. you know, keep this in mind. Let's get back to it. So I'm just translating this for you so you guys can really understand what's happening here, right? So you look at it from another angle. As to implied, abrogation, agreement, assumpsit. So assumpsit is equal to assumption, condition, confession, consent, consideration, contract, covenant, dedication, easement, and invitation, malice, notice, obligation, powers, trust, use, waiver, and warranty. See those titles. So when you talk about implied, all these things are what in nature? Outside of malice. Right? Outside of malice. So what's that? 964? Implied 964. All right. So we're looking at these words right here. The wordplay is everything. Now, as we're looking at this, don't look at the DA. Don't look at the judge. Look at his representation. Let's look at weird attorney. Let's look at this guy who is incompetent, negligent, insufficient, ignorant. Let's look at him like that. Because remember, his job is to win. And if he knew he couldn't win from the beginning and his case was weak, he shouldn't have took the money. He shouldn't have took that duty if he knew he could not win. Ineffective is the best word I can use. Weak is another word I can use. Weak. Now, we have that, right? We have easement. Easement deals with land, estates, abrogation, agreement, assumpsit, condition, confession, consent, consideration, contract, covenant. What did he do? Did he sign something with that attorney? Did that attorney have him sign documents, or did the court or the sheriff department, whoever that had to put him up in there, get him printed, put the picture on him, have him sign this, sign that? You got your bail, you got your bail amount, you got your prints, you got your booking number, you have your inmate number. You have all these numbers, all these things that attach to you. All right. Now, as we keep going, was everything that you did given what? Abrogation, agreement, assumption, condition, confession, consent, consideration, contract, covenant, dedication, easement, invitation, malice, notice, obligation, powers, trust, use, waiver, and warranty. Your signature gave all that. So I'm pretty sure they read his Miranda rights and he had the right to remain silent. And he's remained silent the whole time. But when they said, hey, put your hands behind your back, you did that. When they said, hey, get into this car. You did that. When they said, hey, sign this here, them booking papers, sign that. He did that. Let's go over here and we need you to do this fingerprint. He did that. At any point in time, was he not in compliance or in agreement or giving consent? So we can go with those. We can go with those. All right. I know it's going to get complicated, but hey, that wouldn't be me if it wasn't complicated. All right. So we got 984. Let's deal with 2 words in here. All the other words is good. Let's deal with abrogation and assumption. I already got malice up in there. Let's deal with abrogation and assumption. Let's get that right. I'm showing you that these attorneys ain't shit. They ain't shit. Won't be shit. Ain't never gonna be shit. I'm just telling you that. I don't give a damn who you say, hey, I paid this. Man, they still ain't shit. They ain't telling you everything. See what I'm saying? So let's go deal with this real quick. Because we got to go to abrogation, assumption, and we got to go to express. Express. All right, we're going to go to assumption, abrogation, assumption, then we go to express. We're going to go in alphabetical order. So you guys got to understand. So if you're going to talk about something, I'm going to show you how to talk about it. I'm going to show you how to talk about it. Okay? Just don't just be flying off at the gums and shit like that, like you know what you're talking about. All right, where are we at? A-B. All right. If you're here, you're here. If you're not, you're not. All right, so abrogate. Let's start here with abrogate. Let's go with the root here. To annul, repeal, or destroy. To annul or repeal an order or rule issued by a subordinate authority. All right. Now, this is a synonym of implied. And remember, implied came from murder, either implied or expressed. So let's just want to bring you back so we go in that order. So abrogation. The destruction of or annulling of a former law by an act of the legislative power, by constitutional authority, or by usage. It stands opposed to rogation and is extinguished from derogation, which implies taking away only some part of a law from subrogation, which denotes the adding a clause to it from dispensation, which only sets it aside in a particular instance, and from antiquation, which is the refusing to pass a law. So, implied is abrogation. Does it match? I don't know. I'm cool on that one. So abrogation, that's 97. We got to go a little bit deeper, but we ain't going to do it today. Let's go to assumption. All right, so let's come up here. Some sit. All right, there we go. All right, so some said he undertook, he promised. A promise or engagement by which one person assumes or undertakes to do some act or pay something to another. It may be either oral or in writing, but is not under seal. Okay, now this might work. This might work. A promise or engagement by which one person, so he undertook, he promised. A promise or engagement by which one person assumes or undertakes to do some act. A promise or engagement. So if you say implied and murder implied, so he said, touch me and you will find out. So they're saying that's a promise. You touch me, I promise I will do that. I will do that. But this is all legalese talk. In the meantime, it's legalese talk. It's legalese talk, right? So we're still talking legalese talk. So now the rest of that sentence says undertakes to do some act or pay something to do another. It may be either oral or in writing, but it's not under seal. It is express if the promisor puts his engagement in distinct, indefinite, or definite language. Oh, the proper way to say it is definite. You split them up. That's a compound word. Definite. Language. It's ambiguous. It is implied where the law infers a promise, though no formal one has passed from the conduct of the party of the circumstances of the case. Now listen to me. When I tell you this, believe it or not, everything that has been done is the state of Texas incorporated in 18 something has full interest in this matter and is fully the injured party and is fully the party in interest as well. Everything that we just read, the term murder, it's in Black's Law Dictionary. Implied or express. If we're dealing with implied, we do it with assumption. If something is dealing with a promise, it has nothing to do with what happened at that time. People say, well, maybe we could flip it on his head and say that, yeah, he said, find out and we'll see. And they said, okay, we could take that. But really, the assumption or the implied thing was that when he put his hands behind his back, when you look at the warrant, is it a Fourth Amendment warrant with a wet ink signature and a seal on it under the Fourth Amendment? Does it have that language in it? Number 3, everything that he did, was there anything that the attorney said outside of keep your mouth shut? But the implied expression of things, because implied and expression goes the same way. You see, it is expressed if the promisor put his engagements in distinct, definite language. It is implied where the law infers a promise, So he's done on both ends. His engagement is, they said, put your hands behind your back. He did that. That's engagement. When he went in there, hey, we need this, we need that. He did that. Fingerprints, all the other stuff that he did. Everything that they telling him to do at that time is considered to be engagement. But what they do is they flip it in the sense of what is considered to be implied, where the law infers a promise. So in that implied, that means the law is involved. But if the law is involved, then that means what? Let's go here to the next one. Though no formal one has passed. Uh-oh. I know you guys were reading ahead of me, but what is though no formal one has passed? So if it says it is implied where the law infers a promise, though no formal one has passed. Is there something that's called positive law? You also have what is considered to be de jure de facto. This is where the Article 1, Article 2, Article 3 comes into place. Also, what you have is common law, equitable law, and civil law. What they run these things. But right here, this Dukes versus Rogers. This is Georgia Appellate Court, right? This is appellate court. This appellate court is considered to be a court that is a part of the Article 3, because if it doesn't meet there, it can go to Supreme Court. If the appellate court that is under the Supreme Court for that state can't hear your case, you were in a kangaroo court. Now, the other part is saying this. And let me go back to this it is implied area right here. Let's go back right here. Let's go back right here. All right. It says it is applied. Hold on. Boom. Boom. Let's come back here. It says it is implied where the law infers a promise. I'm not going to do the parentheses. All right, so it is implied where the law infers a promise from the conduct of the party or the circumstances of the case. Now, you get booked. Is that a part of the circumstances of the case? And all that documents that they had you do, did you fill those things out? Did you sign it? That is all a part of the circumstances of the case. Because when you look at your summary jacket, what they have on that docket is going to give you all of the details. It's going to have your booking number on there, the bond number, everything. It's going to be there. And that is all the information that they have in place. But everything else in regards to charges, or what you consider to be charged with, is probable, more or less conspiracy as well. See, this is where you got to get into who showed up, who testified, and his brother didn't testify. What the hell? His brother didn't testify. They knew for a fact that if you testify, it's a wrap, because you're going to open it up for him, for his lawyer to examine you about all your dealings, because he can't speak now. He's gone, but you can. This is why I said this guy's lawyer ain't shit. I don't know how you was able not to get that dude on the stand. I'm putting him on the stand. If I don't put it, he's going to have to plead the fifth. He's going to have to plead the fifth, not to say nothing, but he's got to come on that stand. He is a witness. And on the flip side of it, they let this young dude testify on the other brothers, on the brother that just got convicted on his behalf, and he's underage. You don't have to have underage people testify, I think. But how did he not have to testify? I don't understand that one. Maybe y'all can help me out with this. Now, this is 233. 233. And trust me, I don't know everything. New situations come up. You feel me? I don't know. Now, so this is practice. So anytime you see practice, that's dealing with law. That's dealing with the court system. In practice, a form of action which lies for the recovery of damages for the non-performance of a parole or simple contract. So parole or simple contract. So that means parole and simple contract can mean the same thing. Semicolon, or a contract that is neither of record nor under seal. A liberal and equitable action. A liberal and equitable action applicable to almost every case where money has been received, which in equity and good conscience ought to be refunded. Express promise is not necessary to sustain action, but it may be maintained whenever anything is received or done from the circumstances in which the law implies a promise of compensation. Where's the criminal act? I don't hear no criminal conversation just yet. Let's see if we can find it. Let's see if we can find it. Hold on. Let's see if we can find it. Hold on. Okay, here we go. I see a defendant here. General, common or indebitatus. Indebitatus. General, it says common or indebitatus. Assumpsit is an action of assumpsit brought upon the promise or contract implied by law in certain cases. It is found upon what the law terms and an implied promise on the part of the defendant to pay what in good conscience he is bound to pay to plaintiff. The action of assumption differs from trespass or trover, which are founded on a tort, not upon a contract. Hello. So the action of assumption differs from trespass and trover, which are founded on a tort claim, not upon a contract. So that means what he's up under right now is a contract from covenant and debt. Hold on, man. I got to bring up 42 USC. Look up 42 USC 1994. Look up 42 USC 1994. Y'all hold on a sec. All right. Don't worry about it. I'm about to look up these words. Anybody listening might be able to help the young man. Just might be able to help this young man. This is a commercial situation that's being played out in the form of on TV in the public. Shit me. Boy, this game is it's a beautiful game, I'll tell you that much. Beautiful, ain't it? All right, so replevin. Now, I don't know if anybody heard of a replevin bond. Usually that replevin bond is attached to the sheriff. Huh? All right. All right, so look. Let's go to here's your assumption. I ain't gonna get too deep in it. Here it is. I'm gonna give y'all a couple seconds to read that. This is what we're dealing with. All right. So I'm gonna go. So what we have right here. All right. We're about to go to Express, and then we'll go to Indebitatus. Let's go to Express. I think we got a good idea about Express. We're gonna go there anyway. Okay, so express, clear, definite, explicit, unmistakable, not dubious or ambiguous. All right, that's express. What's that, 767? All right, so we're going to go over here. There wasn't nothing clear about that. If you're telling me all right, so indebitatus. Let's see what that says. All right, so there it is. Indebitatus. Latin, indebted. The title of the plea substituted in England for nil debit. So indebitatus is the title of the plea, means indebted. So was the plea of not guilty put him in debt? Made him indebted? Who knows? I'm just looking. Okay, so his indebitatus assumpsit, being indebted. He promised or undertook that form of the action of assumpsit in which the declaration alleges a debt or obligation to be due from the defendant, and then avers that in consideration thereof, he promised to pay or discharge the same and did not do it. You remember I had this other guy up here in one of these streams, and he mentioned that. People be giving these pleas, and they don't understand what it means, and then they get an attorney on them that's not going to explain what it means. Either they don't know, or they know they can't say. Because if you know that it means money, and the first person is going to say, how much is it going to cost? Then after that, you say, well, how can I pay? What form of payments you accept? You accept a promissory note? Oh, wait a minute. How about this? What, my endorsement? Okay, give me the presentment. Give me the bill. Man, where's the bill at? Oh, it's the complaint. The complaint is the bill? Oh shit, give it to me. I'll endorse that shit and accept it and give it back for full payment, tender of payment on the record. We're done. Now let's deal with the other aspect of it. Where's the injured party? Where's it at? Then that white boy is going to have to come. Then his brother would have to come to that table. Because now we're dealing with an injured party. Because I'm shutting the fuck up. I'm not saying nothing. Yeah, bring everybody to the table so that way can know what happened. Then his whole self-defense would have came into nature. Because if his brother's sitting there, his twin brother's right next to him. Now, I guarantee you his twin brother was not too far away. And he knew that well, anyway, I don't need to say no more than that. But this is how they know that they can actually, this is how the court knows, this whole system knows how the, well, not the whole system, but this is how the court system knows how they can get a judgment. Make sure everybody is taken care of. Pockets. So everything that we're looking at right here is commercial in nature, civil in nature. There's money attached to it. There's nothing that's talking about a criminal or any type of common law issue. This is all talking about promises, debt, and so on and so forth. 42 USC 1994. So what is this? 985. Now let's go to replevin. Let's go to replevin. Son of a bitch. Man, this is like Hannibal, the A-team. I love it when a plan comes together. Replevin. Things just work out. And I was able to stay on topic. Beautiful. All right, so here's replevin. A personal action, ex delicto. Brought to recover possession of goods unlawfully taken. Does that fit? Hey, y'all, does that fit? Personal action, ex delicto. We got to look that up. Brought to recover possession of goods unlawfully taken. I'm just throwing this out there. So you telling me the twin brother that lost his life in that action was the goods? I mean, this gets into a whole commercial situation. Was it his state? Was it his future performance? I mean, think about it. Okay. Unlawfully taken, generally, but not only applicable to the taking. Wait for it. What's it going to say? Of goods distrained from rent. Yet. The validity of which taking it is the mode of contesting if the party from whom the goods were taken wishes to have them back in specie. Whereas if he preferred to have damages instead. Just crazy. Whereas if he preferred to have damages instead, the validity may be contested by action of trespass or unlawful distress. The word means a redelivery to the owner of the pledge or thing taken in distress. A local action to be brought where the property is taken or where property is detained unless statute regulates matter. A possessory action and a plaintiff cannot recover on the weakness of defendant's title, but must recover on the strength of his own title. Cardinal question in a replevin action is plaintiff's right to immediate possession of the property at the commencement of the action. Man, this is the goddamn state. This is the state. They ain't got nothing to do with that boy that lost his life and they daddy and mama. They ain't got nothing to do with that. That has to do with that young man going to prison and the state saying that they have a replevin in order and they have right to immediate possession of the property at the commencement of the action. That's the state brought the action, right? All right. I'm gonna bring it down a little bit. Let me bring it down. Let's go to replevin bond. Let's go up a little bit. A bond executed to indemnify the officer who executed a writ of replevin and to indemnify the defendant or person from whose custody the property was taken for such damages as he may sustain. That's what a replevin bond is. Executed a writ of replevin. So that writ of replevin is dealing with possession. So you also have a writ of possession and a writ of execution. Now, in a unlawful detainer action after a mortgage foreclosure, quick sidebar, is that they execute a writ of possession. But you're talking about property. But then at the same time, the defendant is indemnified. Well, you say the defendant or person from whose custody the property was taken for such damage as he may sustain. So check it out. This is the remedy. So his mother and father, which are executor and executrix, based on him being underage still, and him not being the age of majority, still have control. And people might not agree, but still have control. So this is the remedy. So in that replevin bond, see, this is where people don't request these bonds. They don't request all in discovery. This is what I'm saying. These attorneys ain't shit. Won't be shit. It ain't never going to be shit because they should know this. All of them should have a Bouvier's, Black's Law, all editions, everything up in they library. They should have these on the shelf. They should have all Webster's dictionaries. They should have encyclopedias, and they should have what you would consider to be access to all of the websites, Supreme Court, Pacer, and otherwise in the states where they get access to these things so they can pull all information. On top of that, they should have the top-notch AI systems and that's Thomas and Reuter, because Thomas and Reuter is like a AI before the AI. They should have access to all these things, and they should know that all these crimes are commercial in nature. I'm not going to say commercial. I'm going to say commercial in nature. But I just read these things off of this guy, and we started with what? Murder. We stopping right there. I don't need to say too much, but I don't need to say too much more. Let's go back to 1246. Because there's something that I need to do on that, right? We done with that part. We went and broke that down. This is how you do your research. You take the main word, which is murder, and you look at the definition. You go to these definitions as well and see where they stand. But guess what I'm about to do? I'm about to go a little step further because we need to get here, right? The unlawful killing of a human being. What do you mean by that? So what are you saying, Todd? Let's see in Chunk. It's ready. It's already up. It's already up. Nope, that ain't the one. That ain't the one. Where he go? Where he go? Where he go? Where he go? There you go. All right. Now this is Title 1. This is the beginning of your United States Code. This is Title 1, Section 8. Person, human being, child, and individual, as including born alive infant. Let's see what they say. Let's see if criminals in this thing. We're about to make it big, and we'll just ride around. Here it is. In determining the meaning of any act of Congress or of any ruling, regulation, or interpretation of the various administrative bureaus and agencies of the United States, the words person, human being, child, and individual shall include every infant member of the species Homo sapiens who is born alive at any stage of development, As used in this section, the term born alive with respect to a member of the species Homo sapien means the complete expulsion or extraction from his or her mother of that member at any stage of development, who, after such expulsion or extraction, breathes or is having a beating heart, pulsation of the umbilical cord, or definite movement of voluntary muscles, regardless of whether the umbilical cord has been cut and regardless of whether expulsion or extraction occurs as a result of natural or induced labor, cesarean section, or induced abortion. Nothing in this section shall be construed to affirm, deny, expand, or contract any legal status or legal right applicable to any member of the species Homo sapiens at any point prior to being born alive as defined in this section. Regardless whether the umbilical cord has been cut, and I'll put in parentheses, or not. So irregardless. So if the umbilical cord hasn't been cut or the umbilical cord has been cut, you are considered to be a person. And you fall under these titles: human being, child, and individual. Species of Homo sapiens and an infant. So that also, what does that give? That also gives what? Parents patria, the state as the father, the state taken on as ward and or warden, and the actual infant being a ward of the state. Maybe. This is very important. People are losing their freedom based on a whole personal or financial interest that is being done and not really being done by the matter of law. Why? Well, I showed you yesterday what happened in 1871 with the Constitution, what you consider to be the republic and the rule of law. Let's go back here. Let's find another one. One. That's it. All right. So United States Code for Human. How many United States Code have the definition? Okay, so that's it. So when you look at this definition, right, and we come here, last part, and we'll move on. It says This section states that a human refers to every infant member of the species Homo sapiens who is born alive at any stage of development. Now, you guys go ahead and pull this Homo sapiens stuff come up, so so we can talk about that maybe. So we can know exactly what that means, but we ain't gonna go too far on that. Now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna come down here to where is it at? Where is it at? Merge them. Merge them. Yeah, I know. I got these words like, yeah, Poindexter. That's what you call me. Poindexter, the nerd, the law nerd. Or you can call me the law nigga. I'm all right with that. All right, so look. In Old English law, the killing of a man in a secret manner. Now, you connected with that. When a man was thus killed and he was unknown by the laws of Canute, he was presumed to be a Dane, and the vill was compelled to pay 40 marks to the king for his death. After the conquest, a similar law was made in favor of Normans, which was abolished by King Edward III. The fine formerly imposed in England upon a person who had committed homicide per infortum, all right, whatever that word is. Now, if you actually know what's going on in this case, if the dude was half decent in his game, would he would have been able to win that case based on them definitions? Would he would have been able to win that case based on those definitions? Let me see. Am I done with my words? Yeah, I'm done. We got ex delicto and in specie. See, all this crazy stuff took me away from where I was supposed to be and what I was talking about. But see, here we go. We're talking status, right? Remember, status. Status is everything, right? Let me look real quick. Let's look. All right, here we go. I'm looking at my page right now. This says Civil Rights Act, fair housing, homelessness, foreclosures, and HUD. That's what I was supposed to be talking about. But nonetheless, where is nonetheless? Let's check it out. We'll look at it from this perspective, right? So, bam, bam. All right, so, oh yeah, Ballotine law too. Yeah, forgot about that book. Every attorney should have that on their shelf. They all should have it on their shelf. Where am I at here? I'm on 230. All right, let's get to this other part right here. Let me put the link in the chat. Y'all come on up here if y'all gonna come. And but I need to get to this other part. We need to at least get on this fair housing. But I just want to show you how derelict these attorneys are, and they pretty much turning us over. I showed the definition of what to turn means, and it means to turn you over. So under these circumstances, if he doesn't know that, that is insufficient counsel. You got it. I mean, but you look at it from that perspective. It's like, God damn, like really? I just pulled these things up right now, and I'm not no attorney. I don't practice law. I mean, I do practice a little bit. I work on my handles, at least my language. But, I would say, I'm not a licensed attorney. I don't have a bar card, but I do have 2 hands, 2 eyes, and arms that attach to it. So when I see something that on the shelf that might be something that I want to read, I'm going to pull it off. The most important thing that I have is discernment. i.e., common sense, reading comprehension. I want to know what these words mean. What they know about our people, they've done a full study on our people. Our people is one of them people where the what you know Jack come in and we get to spitting, we full of color, and we don't like to be wrong. And we don't want to be found out to not know what we're talking about. So they could play that game in front of us, put everything, and over time, you could, at the point where you say, shit, I don't know what you're talking about. It comes to, yeah, I understand. And knowing damn well you don't understand. You don't even know what the word understand means. I mean, it's a bogus, ambiguous, bastardized language that they have going on called legalese. And it's an act. And they're getting paid. Boy, they're getting paid. All right, so let's do this real quick. Let's do this. Let's go to ex delicto. Wait a minute, where am I? Yeah, ex delicto. I don't know if y'all can hear them loud ass people across the street. Ghetto ass white folks. Hey, in species. There we go. Boom. I didn't do that. In species. All right. All right, there you go. So in specie, specifically, thus to decree performance in specie is to decree specific performance. We know what that means. Well, some of us know what that means. Specific performance is a commercial term. All right. So it says in kind. So in kind, and we deal with nonprofits, they have something that's called in-kind donations. In-kind donation can be property. It can be clothes, shoes. It could be work. You can come and volunteer your time to do 90 years and make some plates and dig some ditches. Yeah. In the same or like form. Right. So in the same or like form. So you get into the language of that. This is what we're talking about. A thing is said to exist in specie when it retains its existence as a distinct individual of a particular class. Here is that. Ex delicto. I'm not going to sit and wait on y'all. Y'all got to stay with me now. Can't sit there and just break everything down. That's common sense to me. What it is to me, what it is to you might be different. Ex delicto. All right. There we go. There we go. All right, there you go. Ex delicto. From a delict, tort, fault, crime, or malfeasance. Where was we at when we looked up that ex delicto? What was it? I think it was a subset abrogation. So ex delicto. In both the civil and the common law, obligation and cause of actions are divided into two great classes, those arising ex contractu or out of contract, and those ex delicto. The latter are such as grow out or are founded upon a wrong or tort. Oh yeah, that's what we was talking about, that tort thing. All right, so let's remember the trespass, trover, replevin. That's what we was looking at. Replevin. No, we was looking at abrogation. Assumption. Hold on, let's go to assumption. 233. 233. Let's come back there. All right, not that one. Let's go to 97. Was it that one? No, it wasn't that one. Oh, replay it. Damn, write that damn thing down. All right, if I don't find it, we'll move on. There you go. Replevin, a personal action ex delicto brought to recover possession of goods unlawfully taken. There you go. There you go. Generally, but not only applicable to the taking of goods distrained from rent, the validity of which taken it is the mode of contesting if the party from whom the goods were taken wishes to have them back in specie. So, wow. All right. All right. So, listen. This is in summary, right? In summary of what we looked at right here. That one issue that we seen, and let me pull it back up. I can't let that go. I cannot let that go. Let's come back here. So we have in specie, right? Dang it, I didn't even, okay, so hold on, replevin. This is replevin, right? Yep. So this is 1540. Let's go to ex delicto. First, let's go to in specie, in. Let's go to in specie. I need to get that number. And there we go. 977. 977. And we have ex delicto. All right, that's 736. All right, so what we have right here is a failure to communicate. Everything that you're going to hear is going to be nothing what you just heard here today. What you have is the state of Texas that took this case on as a real party in interest, right? As a real party in interest. Before I pull the screen back up, this is what I forgot about subrogation. I was talking about the law of subrogation. Is that what they actually done is they took this on and they turned this in a commercial nature, really what you would consider to be in servitude and peonage, whether voluntary or involuntary, right? We don't know if it's involuntary. We don't know if it's voluntary. But when you have an attorney that turns you over and doesn't read you your full rights of what's actually going on in the case and really reading it off to the mother and the father, you got a problem. So that means that attorney right there, he's not a lawyer, he's an attorney. Lawyer, attorney. Somebody that defends and executes law versus somebody that operates in a civil slave catcher pirate position and in a foreign under a foreign registration. Now, when you think about it from that perspective, then you say, okay, I have no full defense at all. But the attorney at that time plays the role as if there was defense, meaning that you can try to say, well, it was the proper defense, and no, it wasn't. Was I being given a full disclosure of everything? This is just like anybody that gives you an offer to contract, just like this guy said under the, I'm going to play him back again. So let's do that right now. So let me play him back. Let me get him on the screen. And that's this guy right here. Excuse me. That guy right there. What did he say? Anybody, any officer. Hold on, let me get it back. Right, it says police and agents are only offering to commerce. So if that's the case, if that's the case, then we're in commerce here. Now, if this attorney didn't read off to the mother and father the full rights and disclosures that he needs to know in order to properly prepare ineffective counsel, and this is an attorney that might have some financial or personal interest in the matter. And if he has that personal financial interest, he's an issue. The whole case gets thrown out. Out. Gotta go. Because if we run what we run, yeah, it's out of here. If we know that there's anything outside of what's supposed to be going on within them four corners, this is what he say, the four corners of the law. Anything outside of that came in that dealt with anybody, and that's the jury included, that had any type of personal financial interest in the matter, that what we would consider to be have a conflict of interest, which it was lined up across the board, and this attorney never questioned any of it. At no point in time, he put any recusals or peremptory challenges into the court based on the fact that these people know each other. On top of that, he didn't even request the proper venue. On top of that, the whole damn jury was white. What the fuck is going on here? Yeah. But what do I know? Let's listen to this guy real quick. Let's listen to him.
At you, it's an offer to contract. And I gave this example. These officers and agents, whenever they come at you, it's an offer to contract. And I gave this example. It's like if you're walking down the street and some.
That's enough. We don't need to hear no more. Yeah, I'm telling you this. That's that juice for the Superman kryptonite. All right. So what I want to do right here is take a quick break. And what we're going to do right here is I thought this was nice. I don't know. You know, I want to keep it mellow at this point in time because I know there's a lot of anger. I mean, I'm angry. You know, we got a lot of things going on, but this is the one thing that people should understand as well in this matter. It's like respect your elders. People that have been here before you. You know what I'm saying? Don't act like you invented the wheel. It's a big world. Better yet, a big 50 states of North America. So let's get on it. Gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna catch my breath, decompress, and let's get it. Yeah. What's up, man? What's going on, Nada? What's happening? Y'all there? Where? See, you got the mic on. Oh, you? Now that's Eddie Dalton. Y'all thought that was a white boy, huh? Nah, that's Eddie Dalton. Yeah. I don't know nothing about that. Yeah, man. Throw me for a loop. I wanted to talk about some of these things dealing with this HUD and FHA. You know, I wanted to give something to the people that ain't, you know, quite there yet, but they have some access to some resources and know how to go about getting houses and stuff like that. But I was going to just show a quick little brief. What the hell? That must have this water. Shit. Yeah. So let me peace to y'all. I mean, y'all could say whatever you need to say if there's anything.
That young man was too much into his feelings. I'm sorry it happened to that family. I'm sorry that happened to his family. But he should have been taught how to deal with his emotions a little bit better. If he had to try to flee and they chased him and then that happened, that'd have been a self-defense. But by him saying, touch me, by the witness accounts, they said, touch me, the guy touched him, then he said, oh yeah, well, punch me now and see what happens. That was inviting some sort of controversy.
Right.
So that's not actually and remember he did something that belongs to the public. Them teenagers belong to the public. You understand? And they under the school guidance as the school is moving as their parental guidance.
Right.
See what I'm saying? And as acting parent. As well as he. So they really don't have any justification to stand on.
You know what they found Carmelo Anthony guilty?
Yeah.
Oh, that's okay. Wow.
Yeah, today.
What was the
He's
they charged him with murder one though?
They got him for murder, yeah. Yeah, murder one.
Wow.
So
Yeah,
they
he in Texas. Yep,
said
Texas.
he had intent.
Yeah.
Foresight and intent.
Yeah.
Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy. I didn't think that was going to happen. I thought that the prosecution messed up by not going after second degree, third degree, and manslaughter as well. You know.
A loss of life is not good, and especially at that young of age, bro. Still got a lot of growing to do, a lot of mistakes to make.
It's 2026 though. Not it ain't like it used to be. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So what gives the approval for these children to go around killing each other and killing other people just because
It's
it's
the same.
2026?
It's the same thing that is actually that put that young man in prison for the rest damn near for the rest of his life. Media, popular think, group think.
The sentencing hearing.
It was supposed to be today, but they extended the time. But like I said, they could have came back with a quick ruling, but they want to just stretch it out to make it seem like it's.
I thought they found him guilty.
Yeah, they found him guilty, but they ain't sentenced him yet.
Yeah, that's a different. They're gonna do that differently.
Different date.
Yeah.
But, so let me
On a
ask you
different date.
this.
They might not even make that public.
Did they charge him as an adult?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, he's getting anywhere from 5 to 90 years. So they looking at either hitting him with manslaughter or getting him with murder. So if they get him with manslaughter, that's what they deliberating. They supposed to be deliberating on. They get him with manslaughter, it's anywhere from two.
No,
to
I thought
three.
the jury already got him for murder.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I said they didn't
Yeah,
charge.
but the judge told them to consider the lesser charge of manslaughter. Take that in consideration. So he sent them back to
He sent them
deliberate.
back. The
Yeah,
judge
he
sent
sent
them
them back
back.
to deliberate whether they should give him murder or manslaughter. So when the judge says that and go deliberate, he's pretty much telling them what to do.
Yeah. Yep.
So they probably gonna give him. They ain't giving him 2. He probably gonna do 10, and then he'll get out in 5.
Manslaughter is 15. 7 to
No,
15.
they said 2 to 20.
2 to 20.
Yeah, they said that the carries in Texas are 2 to 20. So they said based on his age, he'll probably get 10, and they'll let him out in 5. So he gonna do 5 years, but they gonna put the number on him 10. I mean 10. I said 10. 10. Yeah. So yeah. What was I looking for?
Well, it might be.
You look at it from this point, right? And this is where what I was saying earlier is like, our mothers the mothers and fathers need to have their children ready. Like my children are laced up. Ain't no bullshit going on. Like the bullshit you get yourself into is the shit that you get yourself into. Don't act like you ain't been told walking out in these streets when you hit that dough and that curb and you're going down the street. You better have your shit ready to go, regardless of how you approach it. Don't ask for it because you might get it. And if you want it, you better be prepared. So, I don't understand our people at this age. Our ages in the 50s, we grew up at a time where there was no doubt what was going on. And, we got some of these people, I'm not going to really critique her too bad, but you go straight to the media and you screaming and hollering about something instead of making sure that even prior to you having to come out here and scream and holler, you should have been talking to that attorney and getting all the information that you need. Can you win? If you can't win, we might as well put it on the table. But for some reason, he didn't do that. Look, this is what Nadi, T5. This is what they said. Right? Let me look at y'all. This is what they said. This is what's been said. The judge and the DA are related. Number one, and they knew that.
Oh, and they didn't recuse him?
Bingo. Bingo.
That's double jeopardy all the way across the goddamn world.
Well, you know what? That's opening the door for insufficient counsel.
Damn.
Bingo. That's what I'm talking about.
That's
See, I said, that's how I know you just got here. You guys both just got here because that's what I said. I said, that's insufficient counsel. You ain't do your goddamn job.
Well, they probably pull that up on it.
You could have changed venues. You could have done all kind of shit.
Nah, it's good. It's good. It's good. It's
they
good.
Said the whole jury. Naughty. They said the whole jury was white.
That's good too.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Well, no, it just guarantees.
Yeah, it's all good for grounds of an appeal.
Right. When he takes it to the higher court, they're gonna be like, "This is some bullshit."
Just off of that alone, the appeal will make all that shit go away.
All right, well, I'll be damned. This motherfucker better have a trick up his sleeve or something.
Yeah. Don't even make no noise about it. Goddamn, let it ride. You been there about a year. We'll have you up in the goddamn Superior Court in a year. Don't worry about it.
Has he been in custody this whole time? Does he have time served, or has he been out of custody?
In the whole year you in that bitch, your scheduler fee gonna be getting you paid.
Yeah.
So just cool out. Just cool out.
Yeah, I think I don't know if did he bail out? The young man, did he bail? He was in there.
No, he did. I think he did bail out.
Now you can't bond out as a juvenile. Was he a juvenile?
Yeah, he's a juvenile. He was 17 or something like that.
Yeah, it don't matter if they charge you as an adult. You can't bail out as a juvenile. You can get released on to your parents.
Yeah, you get. Yeah, that's what happened because all right.
Yeah.
So that's what's up. But that right there. I mean, but y'all touched on it, so that's cool. Cool. We are in unison. We agree. Insufficient. What Chief said. Naughty. Got you. All right. Cool. We straight. I feel better now. Thank you. All right. So let's move on. Now I want to look at some of this HUD shit. Let me not say shit. This young man did pretty good. I want to start with this right here. What is that at? 129.45. 129.45. Okay, hold on. Let's see, yeah, it is. All right. Oh, my apologies. At the stage. All right, let's get back to it.
Set of eyes and an opportunity to kind of come clean up on some of the questions that have been asked by my colleagues up dais. I represent Indiana's 6th District. I'm from Indianapolis, and the district extends both south and east. And so I have the opportunity, as I move around my district, to have that housing perspective from an urban, suburban, and rural perspective. I've got some faster growing parts of my district and some slower growing communities. Housing challenges, issues, affordability come up everywhere, as Ms. DeLauro said, with our seniors, but most especially with first-time home buyers. Young home buyers aren't so young. They're average around 40 years of age now. My colleague, Ms. Bice, noted some of the changes that FHA had implemented, in which first-time home buyers were able to leverage their good payment history on rent or utilities, and the implementation of that program, which I've got to believe is helpful. But my question for you is, Ms. Schechter, how do we expand access to mortgage credit without
mortgage credit?
repeating the mistakes that have been made in the past? Meaning, how do we help creditworthy buyers get into homes, but also maintain sound underwriting and protect our taxpayers?
Yes, sir. And
Okay, so sound underwriting for worthy taxpayers. Look at his face. That is a trick question. Let's see if he can answer it.
And welcome.
Thank you.
Indiana is a championship state. As I visited with the Indiana Hoosiers yesterday, and that coach is for real. He's intense 100% of the time. But, you know, when you look at this with the executive order that the president signed to increase the competition in the mortgage industry, to bring back the hometown lender, the community bank, if you will, back to the game. As we
Got it? Community bank. Y'all getting it? Community bank.
know, since Dodd-Frank, community banks were
Dodd-Frank community banks. You got the Dodd-Frank Act, right? The Dodd-Frank Act. You guys got to take notes, mental notes of anything. Not talking to you two, talking to them in the stands. Dodd-Frank banks. Any bank that is under Dodd-Frank. All right?
are not really in the mortgage game. And
that are not really in the mortgage game. Let's back that up a little bit.
with the executive order that the president signed to increase the competition in the mortgage industry, to bring back the hometown lender, the community bank, if you will, back to the game. As we know, since Dodd-Frank, community banks were not really in the mortgage game. And so to bring them back and increase their competition is a very encouraging thing. And this is, you know, when you look at this, it's for credit-worthy people and those who can qualify. And when you look at the announcement that we made to expand, to bring in Vantage Score and FICO 10T to help people who have a long rental history so that they could be potential homeowners. And I have heard, you know, from people, you know, we don't want another 2000, 2008, 2009. It doesn't take away the rigor. It doesn't take, you have to be a credit-worthy borrower.
Yeah.
And so I hope that encourages you and those who are listening. You know, it doesn't take that out, but it does expand it so that more people can potentially be homeowners.
All right. Let's take a break. Give me your criticism. Good, or destructive, whatever it might be. Give me your critique of what he just said. I'm checking y'all fortitude and what you guys heard and see if you guys can discern and comprehend what was said. What he said in the beginning, in the middle, and in the end. Anybody? Anybody?
I mean, it sounds like this this order of the president, executive order, did one of two things. It either is expanding the powers of HUD via the Dodd-Frank Act, or it's restricting the power of HUD and eliminating the Dodd-Frank Act. I'm not sure what the executive order was exactly. Are you familiar with it? The new executive order? I'm not familiar with it. What was it? What did the president order?
Well, the executive order is what he did was he put money back into community banks into the states, right? For the banks regarding FHA, these FHA loans, because a lot of these, he said they don't want another 2008, 2009, where a lot of these FA banks, these federal association banks that were pretty much controlled by the National Association banks, where they was giving off these crazy ass interest rates and all type of shit under these FHAs, where they knew they couldn't pay it back. But what he wanted to do is, in these mortgages and so on and so forth, is going to bring revenue to the states. right? So whatever, I don't know that act is, I don't know that executive order as well, but I'm just going off what he's saying right now.
So
That's what.
what I'm saying, it says that, and I just did a quick search, so I'm not pretending as if I'm depth on the subject, but most of these things go back to fundamentals anyways. It says the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act is a sweeping U.S. federal law signed into law by President Barack Obama July 21st, 2010. Passed as a direct legislative response to the 2007-2008 financial crisis, it was designed to prevent future economic meltdowns and taxpayer-funded bailouts of large financial institutions and protect consumers from abusive financial practices. Okay, let me see.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see what the Trump's executive.
Yeah, she called me. Okay. All right. Let's get to the next one.
Oh, see?
Uh-huh.
It says President Trump issued 2 landmark executive orders directing the Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, to reduce regulatory barriers, restricting housing construction, and expand access to mortgage credit. The agency was also tasked with revamping homelessness assistance guidelines and freezing funding for municipalities that do not restrict urban camping. Oh, wow. So he's trying to open up the floodgate. Yeah, he's trying to open up the floodgate. He's trying to remove regulatory. He's trying to remove the Dodd-Frank Act. That's what it sounds like to me. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I read it incorrectly.
All right. So we're getting somewhere. Now is that considered to be a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, if you're a public citizen, I would say it's, I guess some could perceive it as if Trump is putting the responsibility back on the states, right? But HUD is a federally funded program. So, I mean, it's kind of wishy-washy. I would have to read more on it. I ain't gonna lie to you. Does anybody have anything else on it other than?
Oh yeah. I got more clips.
Okay,
they coming up, brother.
Yeah, I'll go to the back. Go ahead, you got it. Huh?
Yeah, you right on time. Yeah, we right back to it. Yep. Let's get it.
Is commendable. So thank you for your service. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Thank you, Ms. Bice. Mr. Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Clyburn. Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here. I wanted to start by sharing a letter with you from the city of Fontana in my district. Representative Torres.
Fontana, this is California. This is Southern California. Fontana is right off the 15 between Rancho Cucamonga, Ontario, and Rialto, San Bernardino County.
And I both represent portions of Fontana, and they submitted a community funding project that I helped secure for an apartment project. I wanted to ask if we can work together on seeing if there's a resolution to this issue, and I'm happy to give you the letter from the mayor.
Sure.
I think they've been in communication with you as well.
Yes, sir.
So I appreciate that.
For sure.
I wanted to turn to FY27. A budget, as we all know, is a statement of our values, and you have heard some of our disappointment with affordable housing programs, continuum of care, family self-sufficiency programs, home investment, all of these that have been proposed dramatic cuts under what you've submitted to us. The West End Regional Navigation Center, which is a local success story that we have, was only possible through a combination of this funding. You're likely aware of the bipartisan momentum on housing affordability legislation as well that has surrounded this Congress. Your FY27 budget request, however, does not align with that focus. This morning, we sat through FY27 hearing with Secretary Hegseth, where we heard a record proposed $1 trillion in defense, a $500 billion increase to support in part an ongoing war of choice with Iran. We have talked about not doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. I hope we can take that logic to the Pentagon budget as well. The budget that they are increasing would dwarf HUD's entire budget, as you well know. Meanwhile, you've testified that we don't have enough money for these housing programs. We need to do everything we can to ensure access to affordable housing for Americans. And that means American citizen children as well. And I want to pick up on a thread that you had with Representative Zanke. I'm extremely concerned about HUD's new proposed mixed status rule and that it will result in the displacement of families and children from their homes. In my district, we know of 61 such American citizen children at risk in my district, California's 33rd. What safeguards do you propose to implement to avoid the displacement of minor children, including eligible citizen children, that your rulemaking leaves them out? It takes away funding that is eligible for U.S. citizens. Mr. Zanke asked you and you said it should be U.S. citizens and you engaged in that. If that is the priority, why engaged in a mixed status rule that goes after that funding and hurts that entire family, including the U.S. citizen age children?
Well, thank you, Congressman. It's good to see you. And again, with the letter that you will submit, we're happy to work with you in your office on that. When you look at the mixed status rule, as secretary, it is my job to make sure that HUD-funded housing is going to American citizens and eligible tenants. And that's why we have the data collection, our SAVE project, and other data collections to make sure that that money is going indeed to American citizens. During the Biden administration, there were people who were signing up for HUD-funded housing and stating that they were American citizens, yet they were not adding or giving verification that they were American citizens, and this was overlooked. And then there were others who have become a part of that household who marked on their application, I do not contend my immigration status. And so without verification of them being American citizens, I am not required to give HUD assistance to people that are not eligible.
I'll reclaim my time. I will submit to you that people on both sides of the aisle feel if people fraudulently fill out their information, they should not be eligible. What I am talking about, you're conflating these issues. What I am talking about is U.S. citizen children are not being allowed support through your programs if they have a mixed status family. Let me describe how this works. So a U.S. citizen parent with maybe a lawful permanent resident other parent or an undocumented other parent and two U.S. citizen children are how it has been interpreted. And the law of our country has said that you do not penalize those kids, that you provide that support. 42 USC subsection 1436 states, well, before I read.
42 USC what? 1436.
1436, it sounds like.
1436. All right.
Rewind it.
All right, let me
with that code. Do you believe rulemaking do not penalize those kids, that you provide that support? 42 USC subsection 1436 states. Well,
1436.
1436. 42 USC 1436. my bad.
Before I read that code, do you believe rulemaking trumps law? Do you believe rulemaking supersedes U.S. law?
Well, what I believe, I mean, we have to uphold the law and enforce the law.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, U.S. law says if the eligibility for financial assistance of at least one member of a family has been affirmatively established under the program, and then it moves forward, any financial assistance made available to that family by the applicable secretary shall be prorated based on the number of individuals for whom there is eligibility. Why are you not doing what happened in Trump 1.0, what happened in the Bush administration, what happened in George H.W. Bush administration? Since 1984, this has been the law of the land. Prorate the money, help the kids, help the U.S. citizens, give them resources and support. I'm not asking you to do anything that hasn't been done in other administrations. What I'm asking you to do is follow the law, which supersedes your rulemaking, and do not hold U.S. citizens, children, to a different standard. Do not displace 61 kids in my district because you have a separate interpretation and because you think we just don't have enough resources. The chairman of the full committee said you're going to get the resources. I would encourage you to revisit this rule. Thank you so much.
Mr. Strong.
Thank you, Chairman Womack and Ranking Member Clyburn for holding this important hearing today. Secretary Turner, thank you.
Wow. So,
See, Fontana got a lot of them people over there. He got an issue.
so what the new HUD secretary is doing is he's cutting off the faucet. He's not giving any funds to any people who have mixed houses, meaning they have a parent that's an illegal and a child that's a U.S. citizen. They're throwing the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak. And I can't say that they're wrong. You know what I mean? Like, I think none of your business said in the back. And I was just trying to look it up to verify it, but I believe she was right when she said that the Urban Housing Act was formerly the Indian Housing Act. You know, and if that is accurate, then that means that they're allocating funds to foreigners, people who these funds should not be going to. You know, so the example of these motherfuckers stealing from us.
Yeah, it would look that way, but by indoctrinating the Indian under the citizen, those funds allocate back to the United States to do as the fiduciary. Instead of giving it to the tribes, you had enslaved members or tribal members come from up under the tribe and join the United States. Along with them came their allotment.
Right, but I don't think that's what they're talking about, Nadia. I think he's saying that.
No, I'm talking about what the sister has said.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, she can come up. She can speak up, please. I don't.
No. When she said it was formerly the Indian Act or the Indian Housing Act or the Indian Act, and then turned into the Housing Act.
Well, the Fair Housing Administration was, when I looked it up, I actually looked that up. The Fair Housing Administration, it wasn't an act. It wasn't an act in 1968. They had a Fair Housing Administration way back in the 20s.
35.
It said prior to that, like, well, okay, 35. We can go with 35. But they said it happened, you know, based on the, the Great Depression, when people were all on the streets. We knew who was on the streets now. This is where the civil rights shit come in, like, it's heavy. Like, none of that stuff. I still do not subscribe to the fact that what all this stuff was dealing with, pertained to us until a certain time, man. I'm telling you. You know what I'm saying? But that's digressional.
Hey, but you know what's even more comical though? Is this the first? And he used to play for the Jets, I believe, right?
Yeah, Scott Turner.
Yeah, he played for the Jets or the Giants. This is crazy, bro, that they put this brother as the secretary when this shit is all crashing. You know?
Yeah, I mean, he the only brother on that. He is the only brother on that cabinet. Is a reason for that. It's a reason for that.
Facts.
Because housing is the most important thing that's dealing with, and the brother had to be on there. And I looked at this, I watched this whole thing today. He pretty much sliced everybody up.
You know what I would love if you could, if there's any way, maybe you don't do it tonight, but are there any other interviews with this brother so we can see his thought? Because he's an American to the bone. Like, his people are from North America. They ain't come off no slave ships. I'm pretty sure he knows his history because he's risen so high within this, this system. I would love to see his thoughts on other issues, like,
Yeah, him and Tim Scott, they give Tim Scott credit for this, but he's the one, he's the architect of the opportunity zones. This guy, when he was working under Ben Carson and Trump's first administration, he was up under him. He was the assistant secretary for HUD, and he the one that created the opportunity zones for the neighborhoods. You know what I'm saying? Like, we know about it out here in California. Yep, that's him. I like him.
You said you like him?
Yeah, I like him. And he the only brother there. And like Trump is who he is. He hardly let that dude talk. He don't even let him talk. He will say a prayer after everything is done. That's how they do it. But I'd like his strength because he doing that amongst all them white boys, and he stay strong and he be praying for them. He said, "I'm gonna pray for all y'all up here." He like, yeah, okay, I got you. I mean, to be standing amongst the beasts and do his thing. I mean, hey, somebody got to do it, man. Somebody got to do it.
Yeah, he like Joseph standing in the midst of Pharaoh.
Yeah, I give him honors for that. I give him honors.
I mean, in the book of Peters, it says, the people murmur and they complain about things they understand not. They speak ill against dignitaries and slander the ones in rulership, and they don't even understand the government. So I can see it both ways. Like, I see what none of your business is saying. I also see your perspective, Anton. You know what I mean? It's a rough one, man. To rise that high, man, to the Secretary of HUD, to a former football player.
Well, you look at it like this, right? I mean, I'm not even looking at the chat right now, so I don't know what anybody is saying.
Okay.
But when you listen to this whole thing, he was talking as a dignitary, like, I'm above all of you. You guys are beneath me. Like, and if you can catch that type of conversation, that's just how he was. He spoke from strength. He greeted everybody. Hey, how you doing? I know about this. I know, yeah, so on and so forth. Yeah, I got that. It's that type of talk you could do. And when you listen to them people petitioning to him, hey man, we need some of that money in our place. Yeah, but but it's more that I'm gonna provide what he's talking about. Like, he's in control of housing for the whole entire 50 states. You know how much power that is? That's a lot of power. That's a lot of power.
What's crazy is, that brother played for the Broncos. He played for the Chargers. He played for the Redskins. This ain't no slouch, man. When he's in front of these, when he's in front of these Edomites, he's standing up strong. He got a strong back, strong neck. You know what I mean? Like, he's physically domineering and he's also intelligent. Like, shout out to the brother, man. I can't knock him. I don't know too much about his personal story, but
yeah, when you look, I just want anybody, like, none of your business, whoever, think of it as a lesser than position. All of these people are up here begging him for money because they made promises and they scared of this dude. They scared of him because what he did in the previous administration, they already know where he putting his money at. You see what I'm saying? So they up here, the Congress people are servants for other people. They up here after all the bullshit they did. Now they got to ask this dude for some money. And if you look in, I'm going from the end back to the beginning. Because in the beginning, the white boy, you heard what dude said. He said, any money that you need, you getting it. So you got it, homeboy. But yeah, let's keep going.
Dollars in improper payments, and Irv Dennis and his team and I met.
Included among HUD employees who and some improper payments and how they're identified. How is HUD working to ensure those cases are resolved and funds are recovered?
Yes, sir.
And how is HUD holding individuals accountable when fraud, misconduct, or oversight failures occur, included among HUD employees who fail to go look at the no pay list?
Yes, sir.
And are we recovering those dollars when they're improperly paid out?
Thank you, sir. And we've mentioned the almost $5 billion in improper payments, and Irv Dennis and his team and I met with them, have assured me that they are working very hard to make sure that those things don't happen in days ahead and to hold people accountable. We have Irv and his team have a great partnership with OIG to make sure that we're going after waste, fraud, and
that's the Office of the Inspector General.
Abuse internally and externally. And I will say, sir, that makes me very proud, of our team, political and career at HUD, to make sure that we're being good stewards over taxpayer dollars, because it's my job, as a fiduciary. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
But I do want to say that I look forward to the improvement in that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Back. Mr. Quigley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, your testimony, with all due respect, would be entertaining if it wasn't so dark. I've heard of big oil. I've heard of big pharma, the military industrial complex. Today, I've heard of the homeless industrial complex, because yes, the YMCA, the Salvation Army, Thresholds, they're all making small fortunes off the homeless. And that's why we do this, just to keep them operating. If that's how you look at this, you are wildly distanced from reality, because the same way you're slow rolling us and filibustering us and not answering questions is exactly what the advocates are telling us that you're doing to them. You're slow rolling their application, putting more requirements in them that are only burdensome, and they're having to float money they don't have, and as a result, they can treat less people. So, what you can tell them apparently is, we're getting you out of this cycle by not even putting you in the cycle. You know very well that they are trying to provide a continuum of care. And the fact that they're more homeless isn't because they're not doing their jobs correctly, right?
Mr. Quigley, I would have to push back on you, sir.
I'm shocked.
And say, and this is with respect, sir, but the housing.
Yeah.
And this is what we respect, sir.
Yeah, he got it, man.
So respect me. So respect me, like that part.
You can forget that, because
the housing
when
first
you put
model
people out on the street, we can just.
Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to answer. The housing first model is a failed model. I care about homeless people.
You just said earlier
the
that
housing
homeless
first model is
house
a failed
them
model.
First.
We found my uncle homeless. He was a veteran. He was beaten. He had a life debilitating disease. And when we found him, we didn't just house him in a veteran's home. We put wraparound services around him.
But you're
to
cutting.
help treat
I'll
him.
reclaim my time.
And so I've seen this work in my own family.
Yeah.
And so this is not just a soliloquy or a phrase. This is actually what I've seen work in my own personal
By
family.
cutting money for homelessness, you're helping them. So let me jump on. You said something else there. It's something like
Aton,
equal rights, not extra rights.
So this representative, what's his name? That's speaking. He said that companies like YMCA, and I think he named two other ones, are making a small fortune off of providing services to the homeless. So are these the companies that he's coming against the secretary about? Because if they're robbing the system, but homelessness is increasing, then it's a flawed system, right? Sounds like it's flawed to me. And he's checking things.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me.
And they just want the money because they're used to just getting the money. Put the request in. you know, we put the request in, we got 6 months bureaucracy, you know what I mean? But it's gonna be here by that 7th month. And now he's like, nah, you gotta prove who you are. You gotta, yeah, man. This is wild. Wow, this is wild.
Yeah. But you can actually look at them, you know, they are trying it. You know what I'm saying? They trying and they just seeing his aptitude. I mean, that's how I kind of look at it.
Can I ask what group you're referring to for extra rights?
Equal rights, not extra.
Watch this. I'm gonna say what I got from this, right? He talking about this extra right. Who you talking about? You talking about these niggas? That's what he look at his face.
Yeah.
Who you talking about? Who you talking about these extra rights?
You better not be talking about these niggas, boy.
He talking about he went straight to LGBTQI, OOZ, WX, and all them people. Look, he went straight there with it after he tried to get him tripped up. But check this.
So when you talk
Who's
about
getting extra rights?
When you talk about the Fair Housing Act, it's our job at HUD to uphold.
When we talk about the Fair Housing Act, right? 1968. Yeah, got that.
His enunciation is immaculate.
Who's getting extra rights?
So we want to go after
proper enunciation on the word.
Not random discrimination.
You know what I'm saying? Look, he's like, all right, we can play the semantics game. I ain't got to spell it out for you, and I'm not going to spell it out for you.
Who's being phantomly discriminated against?
We want to go after real discrimination, sir, not phantom
all right,
discrimination.
then answer this question. Who's actually being discriminated against?
We're going after real discrimination.
Who? Okay. Does that
equal rights?
I guess I got to guess that this is why
not
you cut
extra
HOPWA,
rights.
because you
It's
think
7 classes. It's 7
I'm
classes.
reclaiming
You
my
know
time.
this. Yes, sir.
I'm going to take a wild guess that you think LGBTQ people are getting extra rights and privileges.
See what I'm saying? See where he went with it?
Right.
See how they codify language? See how they codify? Yeah, we're going to run to the LGBTQ.
No, what he's doing, this is stratagem on his part, right?
Right.
Because he knows as well as every other sitting member of Congress that's in there that the LGBTQ movement, they have capital, they have leverage within the government because they pay for a lot of, they're donors. They give a lot of money to these individual representatives. So that let's make this guy unlikable by our allies, which are the most powerful, right? The LGBTQ plus. Yeah, that's stratagem. He's trying to get him to say something, but I don't think he's gonna do it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I came back to the chat. Nadi fell off. Hey, Nadi, if you come back, make sure you put some in the back, and because I can't see the chat when I'm showing this stuff. So here we go.
Which is why you cut HOPWA, despite the fact that NIH has said that many studies have shown that access to housing is associated with better outcomes. That's why HOPWA, that you cut completely, 90 to 95% of the people in HOPWA, supportive housing, are meeting their HIV medication goals. It's well below half for people who are homeless. So you cut housing HOPWA grants. Is this because you think LGBTQ people are getting extra rights?
Sir, I did not say LGBTQ are getting extra rights.
I'm asking you who you think's getting extra rights.
Our job is to enforce the Fair Housing Act.
Pretty good inference,
Our
right?
job is to have a paradigm shift for all people that are homeless.
Why cut HOPWA?
Our job is to make sure that we're treating people that are homeless, to transform people.
All right, I got that answer. So
It's
what's
not
the
one
answer?
in
Is
particular
why
group.
cut? So disproportionately cut in HOPWA. Why cut HOPWA?
Sir, we're on a budget. This is a budget. HOPWA is part of the budget. All American people are
You
part
got
of the
choices.
budget.
Why
We're
HOPWA?
not singling out HOPWA.
You single them out, you just cut them to zero. That's pretty much the definition of singling them
We
out.
propose.
There you go. Naughty, there you go. He back. Hey, y'all give me a minute and a half. Hey, take the floor.
Hey, that is diabolical, bro.
Somebody at my door. I'll be right back. Y'all take the floor for it. Give me about a minute.
Yeah, that's diabolical. He's trying to put this brother against the whole gay mafia, man. What are you saying is getting extra rights? The gays? Because I happen to know some good gay people, and they're not getting anything extra. That was what he was going to say next. This country is fried, cuz. Well, this corporate fiction is fried. Let me not say the country, because I know you got to be politically correct when speaking about all these different terms. What you think, Naughty?
And it's done. I already knew that. Bro, we got approximately 4 years. Buy up some property, get the fuck up out of here. That's just how I see it.
Where you, when you say grab some land, what you talking about outside of?
No, right here. Right here in
Okay, so
America.
outside the jurisdiction of the corporation, but right here in North America.
Yeah. Grab some land and go away for a little while. See how shit gonna pop.
You know, it's crazy, man. I'm planning a trip right now to the DR, to Punta Cana, and I'm gonna meet with some real estate investors out there. But not when you say that, it made me think about what my consort told me. You know, because we got a lot of family right here in North America, a lot, like hundreds of cousins and aunties and uncles and shit like that between the both of us. And to go to another nation to see us is kind of unreasonable, just considering how things are unfolding. So yeah, you're right, man. It's the change. It's the status correction that they don't talk about, which is in the mind, because you can actually grab some land here, throw that land in a trust, which means it's protected, you know, and you can be here but not here. Is that what you kind of saying, Nadia, or am I getting it wrong?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. That's wild. He said, "Do you not like the gays, sir?"
Yeah.
He's like, "I did not say that, sir. I did not say that."
Yeah. It's a mess. It's a mess. And they got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
But hold on. So if he is turning off the faucet, the financial faucet, so to speak, through the federal government, then in all actuality, it may not look like he's working for our benefit, but he is. You saying that, or are we saying that some of the people that are beneficiaries of this proverbial faucet, that people as well? Our people are lying about who they are to get Section 8 or to get a HUB, first time home buyer's loan, you know, all of the different things that HUD offers. Are they trying to say that the gays are committing the fraud, or are they trying to say that we committing the fraud? Are the gays committing the
You're going to have to
fraud?
hold it down. I got an important call coming in. So you got to hold it down.
Me too, I just got one. You're crazy, bro. None of your business. You said to be one of us, he sure hate on us. A lot of face pink drinking tea, face pink drinking tea. Yeah. I mean, it's a tough environment, you know. It's a tough environment to navigate through when you have means and you have popularity and you want to live your life to the best, and then when you get there to the party, you realize that the enemies of your people run everything. Like, I used to tell my brother that, you know, I used to be like, man, because one of our partners in St. Paul, he ran for mayor, Melvin Carter. He was mayor for the last 8 years. You know, I played ball against him, ran track, you know. He was a hell of an athlete. Good brother. I played hockey with him when we was young. And then when he got in office, he just kind of separated himself from all of the niggas. And I guess that's what you have to do, but it's even more proof, you know, that this shit is rigged. Aton, you still there? Nada, you there? And I guess I'm up here by myself, huh? Yeah, so it's wild hunters, man. I'll tell you that, man. But I'll tell you, last night, when we was having that conversation on Smoke Channel with the sister, Kay Glover, you know, a lot of cats be talking this pulling the money out type shit, and I'm with it, man. You know, to be honest with you, I believe everybody at some point in life requires a teacher. And you could be a teacher and you might need someone to teach you about things that you understand not. So I stand humbly before anybody that can teach me anything because I want to learn. That's just my spirit. You know. So yeah, man, shout out to the sister, man. She was talking about some big money shit last night, though. Shit, 1.3 million, that's all I need. I'm up forever, never coming down. Shit, I'll make so much money off of interest. Wouldn't have to worry about no money. But yeah, this HUD shit is crazy because, like you said, none of your business. Didn't you say that it was the Indian Housing Act? And that would be consistent with the Indian Civil Rights Act, which was the same year. So Martin had to know we was the Indians. You know, he knew we was the Indios, the children of God. You know, he had to know that shit because all of the legislation that was passed during his slow reign was directed to the Indians, and he was representing those Indians. So he had to know, which means they know. You know, but that's some cold work to be drafting legislation for you as an Indian, but on the flip side, niggas is making songs talking about I'm black and I'm proud. That is some cold work. That is diabolical, B. I'm black and I'm proud, say it loud. At the same time, Martin Luther King is drafted. That is wild work, bro. Same time, the urban housing development is being created under the Indian Housing Act. all this. Yeah, this is a master class in how to mentally subjugate a people.
All right, you hold it down, Chief IM. Dottie, y'all got me. Appreciate y'all. Took longer than I thought. Let's get back into it, man. This is
Go ahead. Yeah, you gotta go ahead.
all right.
To go to emergency solutions grant, sir. It's in the budget. You saw it.
You know you can't look yourself in the face and answer that.
I
You know
absolutely
the
can.
fact
Yes,
that,
sir.
that you're cutting this disproportionately impacts the LGBTQ community. And you put that together with extra rights for some groups, which you refuse to name, which is a really chicken way of not answering the question and not telling the American people you're discriminating against.
Wait, yeah, I know.
Mr. Zinke.
Wait.
He just tried to call them chickens.
Well, I thank
He
you,
was about
Mr. Chairman. That's direct back.
He was about to call him chicken shit, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He said it's chicken. He said he's about
It's
to
a real chicken way.
Hold on, let me rewind this thing.
That is funny as hell right there.
Sir, we're on the budget. This is a
real
budget.
chicken shit.
Hopper is part of the budget. All American people are
You
part
got
of the
choices.
budget. We're
Why
not. We're
Hopper?
not singling out Hopper.
You single them out, you just cut them to zero. That's pretty much the definition of singling them out.
We propose it to go to emergency solutions grant, sir. It's in the budget. You saw it.
What he say right there?
He said we're prepared to go to emergency solutions grants.
All right.
I believe that's what he said. Rewind it one more time to make sure that's what he said. I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah, emergency solutions grant. All right.
He said we're prepared to. That's what's
Cut them to zero. That's pretty much the definition of singling them out.
We propose it to go to emergency solutions grant, sir. It's in the budget. You saw it.
You know you can't look yourself in the face and answer that.
I
You know the
absolutely can.
fact that,
Yes, sir.
that you're cutting this disproportionately impacts the LGBTQ community. And you put that together with extra rights for some groups, which you refuse to name, which is a really
chicken shit
way of not answering the question and not telling the
Chicken
American
shit
people you're
way.
discriminating against gay and lesbian people.
Hey man, appreciate you coming out the closet, young man, Mr. Quigley.
Yeah,
young
Mr. Quigley is
came out the closet on him, didn't he?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is this? He's cutting off the faucet to the gays,
Came out the closet on him.
and they sent their rep to check this nigga. That's what he's doing. He's checking the Secretary of HUD for the homosexual platform. This is wild right now. This is crazy. That like imagine this, the rest of the world, all of their delegates are watching this shit in awe. He should be being applauded.
That part.
Back to its original foundational, you know what I mean, structure. But instead he's being heckled by his own administration. This is wild work, man. This is diabolical.
Well, we got the man following up right behind him. Hold on, let me mute up for a second.
Mr. Zinke.
Thank you, sir.
Well, I thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's direct back to what, number one, I appreciate your service.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
As a former secretary, I know it's difficult. There's a lot of tasks in there, but I greatly appreciate you stepping up to the plate.
Thank you.
So from just a Montana perspective, so your budget, your total budget is what?
It's about 70, the proposed budget?
Yes.
About 73 billion.
73 billion. And of that 73 billion, how much actually goes to the frontline housing? I'm talking about what it actually, bureaucracy aside, these different programs, what of the $73 billion this Congress has given you, how much actually goes to frontline and houses people?
Well, sir, you have the budget in front of you as I do. And, we want to make sure that, as you saw from PIH, that most of this budget is for housing. And we have requested
2/3 is for housing?
Yes, sir.
All right. So of the 2/3, how much goes into, just inform me, how much goes into rural versus urban? Because I'm sitting out in Montana, and as the chairman has described, not a lot of housing dollars goes into our American Indians.
Yes, sir.
Not a lot of.
Dodge the hijack.
Dodge the hijack. See how he trying to blend that in? Try to blend it.
Hey, you know what? If you do this video, you create like a cut. You should edit it and throw in Donald Trump saying, "I've seen Indians before, and these guys don't look like no Indians." You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, they don't look like Indians to me, and they don't look like Indians to Indians. Yeah. Hey, that's a lot of work, though, man.
I know, man.
I'll be wanting to do that shit. That's a lot of work. But yeah, all right. I'm gonna try to figure that out. But I had to pause it there. So for the Indians. Here we go.
Goes out to, I don't think, rural Montana. So how much of the budget is concentrated on cities where there's a dense population of housing, of homelessness and housing needs?
Yes, sir. And Congressman Zinke, we can get the exact numbers for you, sir. My staff will be happy to get that to you. As you know, I don't have that in front of me, but we're happy to get it to you. But dealing with the tribes, as we were talking with Chairman Cole, I'm very much in favor of our tribes. I've traveled to many tribes around our country, the first term and this country. We just had our $1.1 billion grant for our NAHASDA.
And I appreciate it.
So we're going to continue to prioritize that. Yes, sir.
You're looking into.
Why you cutting him off, though? Why you cutting him off? Let him finish. See, they cut him off like you saying too much. Stop it.
And I appreciate you coming out and looking. And thirdly is demographics. So how much housing is, if you had to break it down to, let's say, U.S. citizens? Let's just get right to the point. How much housing is U.S. citizens, and how much housing is non-U.S. citizen, whatever category you want to put it in?
Oh, okay. Now this is where you got to come in. This is that language. Citizens and non-U.S. citizens. Here we go. All right. Hold on. Let me check. Now he got that by the way phone and connection. He got it.
No, I'm right there. I'm listening.
All right, here we go. We got citizen, non-citizen here.
And
Ain't
nothing new.
All right.
Green card, illegal, work visa. So what do we spend on U.S. citizens?
Well, what I can tell you, sir, and that's why we're doing a feverish job of data collection in our MOU with Department of Housing and Homeland Security to make sure that those that are receiving HUD funds as it pertains to housing are indeed American citizens or
American
eligible
citizens
tenants.
first.
Yes,
we prioritize. If we have
American
abundance
citizens.
of housing, I would imagine.
Yes, sir.
He said U.S. citizens, Nadi.
Yeah, right. But what the secretary is doing is he's drawing a line. He's saying,
American.
Yes, do we
He
want
said
to
U.S. citizens
support our
first.
American Indians? But we want no. He's saying we want to make sure they're American Indians.
No. The man just say right now.
He's like, we don't know if they're American Indians or not. That's what he's saying to me. That's what I heard.
He said
Maybe I'm
U.S.
tripping. My
citizens
bad.
first.
Nah, the white boy said that. He is saying, the secretary is saying American.
Go rewind it, bro.
There's a distinction. That's why I want you to catch that.
Yeah, and we're on the stage. So they're using legalese.
Hold on.
We're on the stage. We're on the stage right now. This is the world stage. They're using language of art to describe their positions. And they got to be careful because they're speaking to a pack of slaves or hyenas. but they're really not talking over them. You know what I mean? They're not really talking to the slaves. They're talking over the slaves, but you can't be too descriptive in your terms. So yeah, he just said we got to make sure that these American Indians are actually American citizens. In what context would an American Indian not be an American citizen?
No. Play the script, bro.
Right.
Thirdly is demographics. So how much housing is, if you had to break it down to, let's say, U.S. citizens? Let's just get right to the point. How much housing is U.S. citizens, and how much housing is non-U.S. citizen, whatever category you want to put it in?
Right.
Green card, illegal, work visa. So what do we spend on U.S. citizens?
Well, what I can tell you, sir, and that's why we're doing a feverish job of data collection in our MOU with Department of Housing and Homeland Security to make sure that those that are receiving HUD funds as it pertains to housing are indeed American citizens.
Told you. Yeah.
Keep going.
Hold on, no, but just what did he
Hold
just
on,
say?
we got. Hold on, let's rest on it, Nadi, so it ain't fast. They be talking all fast. Let's catch it. He said U.S. citizens. He said Homeland Security.
Homeland Security.
Make sure that they American citizens.
Exactly.
Where you see that at? I ain't
He
hear
just
him
said
say
it.
it.
That's what he just said.
Rewind that.
All right.
Let me catch that again.
Demographics. So how much housing is, if you had to break it down to, let's say, U.S. citizens?
Got it.
Let's just get right to the point. How much housing is U.S. citizens, and how much housing is non-U.S. citizen, whatever category you
Non-U.S. citizen, what? Nationals. Okay.
want to put it in?
Right.
Green card, illegal, work visa. So what do we spend on U.S. citizens?
Well, what I
Body language too. Nadi, body language too, Nadi. The body language. Look at his body language. You got that plays into effect too. There's something
Hold
that
on,
he's
hey,
not
Tom, but I
seeing.
don't think he's suggesting American nationals. I don't believe he's talking about that classification of United States citizens. He's talking about U.S. citizens versus not U.S. citizens. He said green card. He said refugee. He said all those who are here receiving benefits but are not of it.
So is the green card and all them considered to be a part of that U.S. citizen gamut?
No, I don't believe it is. I don't believe it is. I mean, just based upon the conversation, I think we could go into the language and figure it out as a definite yes or no. But I think the U.S., the Secretary of HUD he's drawing a distinction. He's saying we're using Homeland Security to determine if they are actually American citizens, which is a U.S. citizen.
All right, let's check it out, because he's saying U.S. citizen. He's saying American citizen. Hold on now. Let's hear this whole thing out.
This is some high wizardry.
you, sir, and that's why we're doing a feverish job of.
Now, Nadi, this is what I do. I'm a coach, so I do frame by frame, right? We watching film. We watching film right now. Nadi, I gotta go frame by frame.
Y'all throwing me off with this shit. I want to hear what
we
the
gonna go
man
back.
said.
We gonna go back to the beginning, but I want to do it frame by frame. Look at what he did right there. Hold on, Chief. Look at what he did right there. He looked down and he grabbed them pencils and pens and he moved them over. You see what I'm saying? That's body language right there. He's saying something right now. Look behind him. Look to his right. Look to our right. Look at him, and then look to his left. You see what I'm saying? Watch the whole parameters. Look at the little beautiful sister in the back too.
Data collection in our MOU with Department of Housing and Homeland Security to make sure that those that are receiving HUD funds as it pertains to housing are indeed American citizens. or
American
eligible
citizens
tenants.
first.
Yes,
I mean,
we prioritize
if we have an
American
abundance
citizens.
of housing, I would imagine
Yes, sir.
it's housing for everybody. But
That's
it
right.
seems
No,
like
there's
we have
not.
a deficit in housing.
We have a
So
true
it should
deficit.
be U.S.
I
citizens.
need you to rewind that, man.
I got
Damn,
you,
bro.
Naughty. We got you,
I
Naughty.
can't.
Hold
No,
on, man.
man, y'all keep going in. I can't hear what's going on.
We got you, Naughty. You hear fast.
You ain't got shit. Let me hear what's going on.
Listen. Hey, Naughty, I'm giving you frame by frame, and I'm gonna play the whole thing over
man.
again.
Play the thing from beginning, man. So I can hear what's on. Please, man.
All right, no interruption this time, but we still got a couple more seconds, then we'll rewind it. So just hold on, man. Hold on, Naughty. Be patient.
So how do you know? I mean, I've heard, I don't know, because I was not in administration during this last Biden administration, but I understand it loosened up the requirements to be a U.S. citizen.
Yes.
So how are you making sure they're U.S. citizens?
And so, well, one, we took down the mixed status rule. Our new proposed rule for mixed status to make sure that those that are receiving HUD-funded housing are indeed American people. With verification, we have our SAVE verification, which is our systematic alien verification enterprise. And we have our MOU with Department of Homeland Security to make sure that HUD funds, American taxpayer dollars, are going to house American people.
All right, we're gonna go back. We're gonna go back, man. Now I'm gonna mute this time. I'm going to
into rural.
Hey, Aton, did you watch this before?
Yep, I sure did.
Oh man, you cold with it. I ain't gonna hold you.
Yes,
Not a lot of brothers watch
73 billion. And of that,
we're gonna go all the way to the beginning uninterrupted. We can't interrupt him, Chief I am.
your service.
We are going to let this man absorb it. Hold on, let me mute my mic. Let me mute it. There.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
As a former secretary, I know it's difficult. There's a lot of tasks in there, but I greatly appreciate you stepping up to the plate.
Thank you.
So from just a Montana perspective, so your budget, your total budget is what?
It's about 70, the proposed budget?
Yes.
About 73 billion.
73 billion. And of that 73 billion, how much actually goes to the frontline housing? I'm talking about what it actually, bureaucracy aside, these different programs, what of the $73 billion this Congress has given you, how much actually goes to frontline and houses people?
Well, sir, you have the budget in front of you as I do. And, we want to make sure that as you saw from PIH, that most of this budget is for housing. And we have requested
2/3 is for housing.
Yes, sir.
All right. So of the 2/3, how much goes into just inform me? How much goes into rural versus urban? Because I'm sitting out in Montana, and as the chairman has described, not a lot of the housing dollars goes into our American Indians.
Yes, sir.
Not a lot that goes out to, I don't think, rural Montana. So how much of the budget is concentrated on cities? Where there's a dense population of housing, of homelessness and housing needs.
Yes, sir. And Congressman Zinke, we can get the exact numbers for you, sir. My staff will be happy to get that to you. As you know, I don't have that in front of me, but we're happy to get it to you. But dealing with the tribes, as we were talking with Chairman Cole, I'm very much in favor of our tribes. I've traveled to many tribes around our country, the first term and this country. We just had our $1.1 billion grant for our NAHASDA.
And I appreciate it.
So we're going to continue to prioritize that. Yes, sir.
You're looking into it. And I appreciate you coming out and looking.
For sure.
And secondly thirdly is demographics.
Pardon the pause right there. So he said NAHASDA, Chief I am, NAHASDA. So he said 1.1 billion for NAHASDA, whatever that might be. All right.
Shit, what I heard was 2/3 of the $73 billion budget, which is damn near $50 billion, goes towards actually housing the people. That means 25 billion is going towards, or 23 billion is going towards administration or bureaucracy. You know what I mean? Like just the pushing of paperwork. That's where the other third of, I mean, unless there's another spot, that's crazy. Like to use 50 billion to help people, you gotta employ so many people that's gonna cost you $25 billion. It seems like a whole lot of fraud to me, B.
No, it's not. But let's not interrupt. Remember, we can't interrupt Nadi. So I'm
okay, my bad. Go ahead, Nadi.
I'm gonna rewind it. We didn't cut him off a few times. Let's bang.
Demographics.
So, as you know, I don't have that in front of me, but we're happy to get it to you. But dealing with the tribes, as we were talking with Chairman Cole, I'm very much in favor of our tribes. I've traveled to many tribes around our country, the first term and this country. You know, we just had our $1.1 billion grant for our NAHASDA.
Well, and I appreciate
it. And so we're
and
going to continue to prioritize that. Yes, sir.
You're looking into it. And I appreciate you coming
Yes,
out
sir.
and looking.
For
And
sure.
secondly thirdly is demographics. So how much housing is, if you had to break it down to, let's say, U.S. citizens, let's just get right to the point. How much housing is U.S. citizens and how much housing is non-U.S. citizen, whatever category you want to put it in?
Right.
Green card, illegal, work visa. So what do we spend on U.S. citizens?
Well, what I can tell you, sir, and that's why we're doing a feverish job of data collection in our MOU with Department of Housing and Homeland Security to make sure that those that are receiving HUD funds as it pertains to housing are indeed American citizens or
American
eligible
citizens
tenants.
first.
Yes,
I mean,
we prioritize
if we have an
American
abundance
citizens.
of housing, I would imagine
Yes, sir.
it's housing for everybody. But
That's
it
right.
seems like we have a deficit in housing.
We have a true
so it
deficit.
should be U.S. citizens first. Would you
Yes,
agree with that?
we are prioritizing American people and American people
So
only.
how do you know? I mean, I've heard, I don't know, because I was not in administration during this last Biden administration, but I understand it loosened up the requirements to be a U.S. citizen.
Yes.
So how are you making sure they're U.S. citizens?
And so, well, one, we took down the mixed status rule. Our new proposed rule for mixed status to make sure that those that are receiving HUD-funded housing are indeed American people. With verification, we have our SAVE verification, which is our systematic alien verification enterprise. And we have our MOU with Department of Homeland Security to make sure that HUD funds, American taxpayer dollars, are going to house American people. And so the data is very important.
We're trying to do the same thing on voting, by the way.
Yes, sir.
So we both have a challenge.
And right now, Mr. Zink, if you would, HUD only serves 1 out of 4 eligible families as it is. And so we want to make sure that American taxpayer dollars are going to serve the American people.
Let's shift over to affordability.
Yeah.
So talking to the contractors out in Montana, they would say permitting is about 40%. But permitting also includes regulation.
Yes.
They got to include washers that are low energy, that don't actually clean clothes and things like that.
Right.
And we've taken care of a lot of those under this administration. So permitting is about 40%. Then you got labor, materials. Not a lot of profit margin when interest rates are so high.
Right.
So the cost of borrowing money is high, and spending, I would think they would be related. So looking at, if you're trying to get into a house and as part of your job is to prioritize home ownership, right? And you got variables. So the things you can change are permitting and interest rates. So in interest rates, the president has said that he would be supportive of a 50-year mortgage. Now, it's a lot of interest on that, but also it lowers payments over time. So is there a position you have on the viability of a 50-year mortgage? Because up front, you have a cost of a house. If you work on permits and you're great, you're going to get maybe 20% approval of that. If we work hard on interest rates, but maybe a payment of a mortgage would be good. You can give it to me in writing if you want.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
That was a good pause right there, Nadi. 50-year mortgage, a lot of interest payments in that, a lot of money. I mean, my bad.
So what's the question?
Bro,
there is no question. There is no question.
Y'all say
you take a 50-year,
he got
you
me.
take a 50-year mortgage, you're done. Like, you are a slave, nigga, foreign on the public record. You're not getting out of that. 50 years?
All right, let him get the floor. Let me get the floor. Okay, so look, Nadi. Let's start first with why was the so-called white boy saying U.S. citizen and the so-called black man was saying American? Why was they having different conversations there? And then he went to not just American city, he said the American people after that. I mean, he was making a distinction right there. You disagree?
Who was speaking on the Dodd-Frank Act? Dodd-Frank back earlier.
Oh, yeah. Man, that was
earlier.
That was earlier. Hey, go wherever you want to go with it. I know you on that Dodd-Frank. I already know.
Oh,
Well,
So,
if
wherever you want to take it.
I can, the difference in the language is the brother is speaking about the republic, and the representative is speaking about the corporate fiction. The U.S. That's the difference. He's talking about American people, American citizens. The other party was talking about U.S. citizens and non-U.S. citizens.
You agree, Nadi?
The representative is speaking in the corporate sense, and by the DOJ. That's a DOJ, man.
No, Department of
No,
Health.
he's the HUD secretary, Housing Urban Development. He's dealing with housing.
He's dealing with the land. He's really
I mean,
dealing with
let's just deal with face value. Face value.
Okay.
Housing and Urban Development, HUD, and the Fair Housing Act.
He can be in confusion, mixing the two together, or if he know what he's saying, he's basically saying he's sticking to an oath that he took, or he imagined he took for the America as a United States employee, as a citizen.
So you think he might know who really is the United States citizen? So that could be, okay. So that could be kind of like a mental, what's they call it, a mental jostle.
That's a jab, nigga. That's a jab.
So he knows that.
Say Joyce. A mental Joyce. Yeah.
So the pale skin is talking to him about who's the United States citizen. So
exactly
the money, so the monies and whatever that is supposed to be coming from the government, he's saying, so where is this money going now since it ain't coming to the United States citizen?
He's like the people.
Something like that, Donnie.
Yeah.
And he's saying, well, it's going to the making sure it's going to the people that are actual. Oh, okay.
That's what I'm saying. One's for the republic, one's for the corporate democracy.
Oh.
And the way he kept his speech as an American and speaking on Americans, not one time stating citizenry.
Not one time. You're right, Nadi. You caught that. I caught that too.
That was intentional.
And like you said, Aton, the nonverbal cues, communication is 90% nonverbal. For him to pick that pen up, one piece of paper, and
We
go
were
to
making
the
sure he said what he thought about saying before
he knew
spoke.
this was all going to happen. This is the stage of it.
Yeah, that's like we over here doing something in secret, and you want to ask me this question. You know what's going on. Why you ask me this question right here?
Yeah, you know we're not giving no money to these U.S. citizens no more. You got to be one of the people.
Yeah, it's like he moved those pens and pencils to the side. Like, let me get at you for me. I need some space. Move everything. Move all the furniture. I need to focus on you now. You know what I'm saying?
Now, what I will say is, though, what is kind of confusing on face value is that the question that was asked and his position, right? Because he is the Secretary of HUD, which means he was appointed by the executive branch, which is the president. So he was appointed by the executive. So we all know that that's all some corporate shit. You know what I mean? So, but for him to take that hard stance, I think it's indicative on what they're trying to accomplish. I think they're trying to get, it sounds like they're trying to end this U.S. citizenship, defund it, you know, because the U.S. citizenship gave birth to the foreigner being able to come over here and say that they're Americans.
Hey, look, go ahead, Nani.
If they destroy the 14th Amendment, they're going to have to restructure it. But if they destroy it, goddamn businesses and everything suffer.
Hey, look.
That's what truly defines citizen.
Now, the thing that I played, 1871, and we come Reconstruction. Then we come with 1890. You know, in 1890, a couple things happened. You had the free white person, the amendment to naturalize citizenship, naturalization, and then you had the new amendment to the Coinage Act. Then you move over into 20th century. Then you have the famous form, all the immigration. Then you move forward also into the teens. You had that issue, World War I, and then you move forward into, you know, all the different acts that came within that time, 20s, 30s. You look into that dynamics. This was a heavy I took all this because when I listened to this morning, and this was off the chain. Like my brain went into a whole overload. Like when I was looking at his face expressions, and then how he was moving stuff around, he was moving his head, and he was looking at him. He was like everybody that came and hollered at him. It was like when, especially the guy was in Indiana. He was like, I was in Indiana. He said, yeah, they serious out there. Like he was talking and like, yeah, I've been there, been over there. Yeah, we've been over there too. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, that was some what you call it, Chief IM? That was some mental
that was some high-level wizardry, man. Some high-level magic.
Wizardry. There's a lot of conversation going on. A lot of cats didn't know. That shit was wild.
You're a skilled practitioner to be able to decipher that conversation that just happened before the eyes of the populace. Like we between us three, we probably got 30, 40 years of learning, not expounding upon our learning, but just learning. And that was an ambiguous conversation. Yeah, you can draw keys from it. You can infer things from the conversation, but in all actuality, yeah, it's very confusing because he never once used the word U.S. citizen. And the question was about U.S. citizens versus non-U.S. citizens.
Right.
So he only used American people and American citizens. I haven't even seen the word American citizen in any document. It's normally U.S. citizen.
Right. Now this, and I mean y'all sharp. You know, y'all are sharp. Y'all picked up everything. So you see, I ain't got no pushback in me. Y'all picked up everything. So this is what I'm talking about. Like, you know, this is why I'll say, and I'm gonna continue to say, a lot of people need to stop talking. If you can't discern, if you have no comprehension of what actually being spoken, then sometime you need to reserve yourself and have questions before you have statements, as if you know, because you can then subject yourself to the jurisdiction and be leading sheep, the sheep leading the sheep, right? You know what I'm saying? So, that's key. So, let me give y'all respect on that one. There it is. Now, this is going to be some conversation, and please share with me if anybody having this conversation we have. I don't think it's happening.
Man,
I would say
the craziest part about the whole conversation was the first representative that was like, so you're trying to not give money to the gays? Like that shit, that speaks volumes, me.
Yeah, that was diabolical right there.
Yeah, that was
man. And look, and every one of them that asked them questions, boy, they was testing him and see what he knew and knew if he was on his job or what was going on. You know what I'm saying? And he pretty much knocked this shit out the park. I mean, he knocked it out the park.
Yeah, he was slaying their ass.
He knocked it out the park. And then they look at him like, look at his neck, look at his head. I mean, his eyes big. When he looking at you, they like, yeah, we remember on the football field. Yeah, I'm gonna come hit you. Yeah, I'm gonna come hit you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm gonna come hit you. You see the suit jacket. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I got them. I still got them 20s on me. Yeah, that part of that
boy Taylor is so cold. That jacket was cut to a brim. Like that shit fit him. Like it was made for him type shit. So, and like I said, man, Washington Redskins, New York Jets, man, that nigga was, man, Super Bowl champion, man, knocking niggas' heads back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So.
All right. we on our last two. Walking it all the way down to the back.
As you know, this is the 30th year of the anniversary of the HASDA, the Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act.
Okay,
so that's the NASDA that they was talking about.
So that means that shit was only created in 1994, 96?
See how I worked it back? See, we work. Hey, do we work from right to left or do we work from left to right?
We read that Hebrew, man.
Right to left. We're running all the way back. Here we go. Let's go back.
House people when you took the money. This is the 30th year of the anniversary of the HASDA, the Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act. Secretary, as you know, this is the 30th year of the anniversary of the HASDA.
Okay, what is he saying? The HASDA?
The HASDA, the Native American and Housing Authority Act. I believe that's what it is.
Okay, the Native American
Housing and Authority Act. I thought that's what
Native American, the Native American and Housing Authority Act. All right.
Nahasda.
All right, we good. Because you remember old boy said that when he was talking about that in his conversation about the U.S. citizen and the whatchamacallit. Well, that was him or was that the LGBTQ guy?
That was the LGBT guy. He was talking about how you took $30 million away from gay people.
Perfect. Perfect. I love it when a plan comes together. All right.
The Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act. HASDA authorized also the Indian Housing Block Grant Program. So pretty important milestones.
So the Indian Housing Block Grant Program.
Since you know what block grants, them run through municipalities. That's how they gather the bonds and they sell niggas criminal offenses on the stock market. Those are block grants.
Now, this is why they mad at him, because he stopped that.
Woo, I'm fucking with him. I'm rocking with him.
See, but they want to make it seem like, but watch, I'm not done. We're going to go to the main guy right before this guy.
So hold on. So the block grants that are that fund the court systems are paid for through HUD?
Wait a minute, man. Let's talk. Hold on, man. Don't get ahead of me. Let's don't get ahead of me, man. I'm good at this. This is great. And I don't even plan it like this. Hold on, man. Just hold on a sec. Hold on a sec, man. Hold on, man. Take a deep breath. Ooh, take a deep breath. This is beautiful.
Fortunate enough to chair this subcommittee. I just asked our Indian, this is the 30th year of the anniversary of the HASDA, the Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act. HASDA authorized also the Indian Housing Block Grant Program. So pretty important milestones. When I was fortunate enough to chair this subcommittee, I just asked our committee staff to go back and look what was the percentage of the HUD budget devoted to Native American housing when we passed NAHASDA, and what was it today? And we found, of course, the absolute number had gone up, but it had dropped pretty dramatically as a percentage. It's not a large portion of the budget. It was less than 3%, I think about 2.8% of HUD funds devoted to tribal housing, but it had dropped down to about 1.5 or 6 in that kind of neighborhood. So we saw really, and it wasn't associated with any particular administration, one party or the other. It was just out of sight, out of mind, declined for 30 years. This subcommittee, frankly, had not had a hearing on Indian housing in over 20 years. So I asked to go back and take a look at it. And when I was fortunate enough to be here, we had a substantial increase to get back to where, not to replace all the intervening lack of investment, but to get back up to where we had been in the late 1990s as a percentage of the HUD budget. And that resulted in a 32% increase in spending on Indian reservations and in particular. So right now, the budget that you're bringing before us would basically undo that. I mean, we would drop from about $1.35 billion in FY26 to $887 million. So that's a 34% reduction. Indian Housing Block Grant Formula Program, which received again $1.1 billion in FY 2026, would drop to $872, about a 21% reduction. Did we make so much progress that we could afford those kind of reductions in literally a couple of years?
Wow.
He said, did we make that much progress where it can drop? I don't know what he meant by that. I got my own things, but I just wanted to pause because this dude was spitting. It was fast what he was talking about. But yeah, we got that on the table. Let's finish this out. Let's finish this out. Just on his let's get the brothers Scott response, and then we can go from there.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, we are maximizing the budget that we have, and as you know, I'm very supportive of our tribal nations, both in the first administration, having traveled to many of our tribal nations, and also in this one, having also traveled. And as you stated, it's about almost 900 million, about 887 million, I believe. And my goal and our goal at HUD is to really maximize that to help our tribes. We have made significant progress, and I know there's work to be done, and we'll continue to make progress. But you do have my commitment that whatever budget is appropriated, that we will maximize that to help our tribal nations.
Well, and I appreciate that, and I believe that you will do that. I don't have any doubt about it. But it's important for this committee to remember that the power of the Appropriations Committee is here, and we will make those decisions. And I can assure you, we're not going to sustain cuts of that kind of magnitude in these programs. And again, I know you submit a budget to OMB. They have their concerns. I recognize that. We work with them as well.
Yes, sir.
But your job is to defend the budget.
You hear the OMB?
Yeah, I heard that. But what it sounds like to me, Aton, is that this nigga is like, not only he identifying who are actual Americans, but who are the actual tribes. To cut your budget from 1.3 billion to 887 million That's a cut of $500 million. So he's saying, without saying, these are not American Indians.
Yep.
That's what it sounds like is going on. And they're mad because the jig is up. They want money going to gays and fake Indians. The whole HUD Act was created for the real Indians. Martin Luther King Indians. Right? So it sounds like the jig is up and he's standing on business. He's like, yeah, we cut it. And every dollar that we have allocated, we want to make sure it actually supports real American Indians. But these niggas ain't real American Indians. These is Edomites posing as Indians, man. Yeah, man, this is super dope. I love this bill, man. Shout out to you, Aton. You get your flowers tonight, bro.
Appreciate it.
That you're given. So again, I respect that. I will just tell you up front, we're not going to have those kind of cuts in tribal housing grants. And I suspect that'll be true in some of the other areas that this committee on a bipartisan basis will expect. So you're actually a lucky guy. You're probably going to walk out of here with more money at the end of the day than you walked in with. And a lot of people aren't going to be able to say that. But again, I recognize your job, but I want you to understand the reality. I am also worried about the second.
I'm looking at his body language. He put his finger up under his nose, right? Like with his thumb up like a gun. And then he said, you got to look at the reality of it. Then he scratched his head. You see what I'm saying? Like he's scratching his head like, do you really think that you don't know what time it is? Like he's talking matter-of-factly. Now this guy is I don't know what he is. I would say he might be a Republican. I don't know. But it's interesting his body language and what he's actually saying. But I would like to wait and see what Scott's response will be.
Section 184 program, and I'm very happy to see the program's requested, the president's requested authority and necessary resources to operate that essential program. But as you know,
so Section 184 program, right? So one section 184 program. That's Indian Home Loan Program. How about that? Okay. Let's see what he say now. Oh, he's come back over here. All right. See what he say about that.
No, it ensures mortgage capital flows to areas that have long been forgotten and ignored by banks. And that's a real problem on.
All right. Naughty. I just looked up Section 184.
Okay.
And then I saw what it meant, Indian. But then he's talking about housing long forgot about. So we're talking about something long forgot about. I want to finish this out. And I want to make sure that you were still there.
Indian reservations, the legal challenges of how you secure a loan in Indian have long been forgotten, and the president's requested authority and necessary resources to operate that essential. A lot of people aren't going to be.
I'm going to go back a little more and see if we hear Indian in this whole gamut.
Be able to say that. But again, I recognize your job, but I want you to understand the reality. I am also worried about the Section 184 program, and I'm very happy to see the program's requested, the president's requested authority and necessary resources to operate that essential program. But as you know, it ensures mortgage capital flows to areas that have long been forgotten and ignored by banks. And that's a real problem on Indian reservations. The legal challenges of how you secure a loan in Indian country and dealing with sovereign entities is a real problem for banks. But by
Indian country,
sovereign entities,
providing a financial guarantee, you make it possible for home mortgage loans for native borrowers to be repaid in full. And that actually frees up a lot of private capital that otherwise just simply wouldn't be there. So I want to.
What the hell do you say? Borrowers to be repaid in full? What does that mean? Rewind.
Well, see, that's the whole thing, right? When we understand this whole Indian sovereignty, man, they're given sovereignty by the federal government, so they're not actually sovereign. They're more like city states or nation states under the jurisdiction of the United States federal government. So
But
yeah,
let's just say that's true. There's still sovereignty there, right? Remember the self-determination. Remember, we went from right to left, came all the way back. I'm back to the beginning of this thing. I'm all the way back. That was the end where I started, coming all the way back to the beginning. Right. So if sovereignty, get it, got it. Indian country. What Nadi said. You got sovereignty jumping off here. But at this point in time, right, we let's not forget what was said prior to we getting back to the beginning. You know what I'm saying? So y'all just hold your thoughts real quick. I'm gonna rewind it a little bit more.
Nice job, but I want you to understand the reality. I am also worried about the Section 184 program, and I'm very happy to see the president's requested authority and necessary resources to operate that essential program. But as you know, it ensures mortgage capital flows to areas that have long been forgotten and ignored by banks, and that's a real problem on Indian reservations. The legal challenges of how you secure a loan in Indian country and dealing with sovereign entities is a real problem for banks. But by providing a financial guarantee, you make it possible for home mortgage loans.
All right. Starting with Nadi. So he's talking to Secretary Scott. He said, let me rewind it, Nadi.
Providing a financial guarantee.
Let me rewind it so we get a clear thing. You come, and then Chief I Am, come right behind it. Be swift, you guys. Be swift because I want to, and quick because I want to get this out, and I'm going to bring it all the way back uninterrupted.
Forgotten and ignored by banks, and that's a real problem on operate that as the Section 184 program, and I'm very happy to see the president's requested authority and necessary resources to operate that essential program. But as you know, it ensures mortgage capital flows to areas that have long been forgotten and ignored by banks, and that's a real problem on Indian reservations. The legal challenges of how you secure a loan in Indian country and dealing with sovereign entities is a real problem for banks. But by providing a financial guarantee, you make it possible for home mortgage loans for native borrowers to be repaid in full. And that.
Nadi, you up? You up? Come on now.
Provides for any borrowers to be paid in full. For as the loan they're borrowing against to be paid in full with that. That's what he's speaking on.
I don't want nobody to be distracted. Damn, that was quick. Nadi?
Yeah, you heard me?
Yeah, I heard you.
Yeah, that's what he's speaking on.
All right, say it one more time.
For the borrowers to be paid in full for the loan that they're loaning against, the debt. It won't just be a partial payment. It'll be a full payment.
All right, Nadi. Chief I Am, what you got?
Hell no, that shit sound fugazi to me. According to the Civil Rights Act, Indian territories have the ability to create their own bank and their finances. Why the fuck are you going to the United States to gain financing? It's like you're a bunch of fake nations pretending that you're sovereign, but you're actually subjects. And therefore, you need funding from your fathers. You know what I mean? And they can't operate, they can't function without the funding, which is guaranteed by the Treasury. because the Treasury is not paying them. It's not paying it. So yeah, it just sounds like fake tribes dealing with the fact that this act was never created for them, but they have, usurped the titles of those who it should have pertained to, and now they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. They got these sovereign governments. They got their own legislators, their own senates. They got their own governors, presidents, but they can't even finance their shit. They can't even move in commerce because they're truly not sovereigns. They're just pretenders. That's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing white folks complain about white folks that's pretending to be Indians, and they want more money from the Fed. And the Fed's like, no, you niggas is not Indians. Y'all not Indians, B. We can't. It's over.
Can't hear nothing.
That means I'm on mute. My bad. Hey, look, guarantee. See the screen. So he said the guarantee, right? Donovan versus Rodriguez. All statutes and codes are for public officials and employees. That's it. Not for what they consider to be the human, which is next to God, the creator. So this is what they follow. So if he's saying that Scott is going to be guaranteeing these things as secretary for HUD, here's what he's saying. One to whom a guarantee is made. So now we can stop right there and we come down here to guarantee right here. Verb and a noun. To undertake collaterally to answer for the payment of another's debt or the performance of another's duty, liability, or obligation, to assume the responsibility of a guarantor. To warrant. The noun, that's the action. The noun is a collateral agreement for performance of another's undertaking. Let me finish. A promise to answer for payment of debt or performance of obligation if person liable in first instance fails to make payment or perform obligation. Case law. An undertaking by one person to be answerable for the payment of some debt or the due performance of some contract or duty by another person who himself remains liable to pay or perform the same. A promise to answer for the debt, default, or miscarriage of another person. Now, let's go back to guarantee with the two E's. This word is also used as a noun to denote the contract of guarantee or the obligation of guarantor, and as a verb to denote the action of assuming the responsibilities of a guarantor. So if the secretary is guarantee, as this guy said, then
he should be assuming the debt, but he's not.
Is that plain language? Is that plain language?
No, it's not plain language. It's legalese, and he should be. He's on. What they're saying is that you're on the hook for the debt for these Indian nations, but they're not paying the debt. So what are they saying? You are not party to this shit. You're not the real people.
This is what this guy just said. It ain't about being the real people or not. It's about the fact of what the secretary of HUD and the secretary in that cabinet, along with the other secretaries in that cabinet, have a duty to do.
Yeah,
and
but they have a duty.
And that is to guarantee Title 18, USC, subsection 8, Title 31, 5118, subsection A2, and D as well. Then you got 31 USC 5119.
So hold on, Aton, you telling me that the legal department for the Treasury knows that they are the guarantee or the obligated party to pay these debts or create financing for these tribal nations, and they're not doing it?
No, I'm not saying it. He just said it.
Right.
And you
So
want to hear it again? Let's hear it again.
No, but hold on. What does that mean, though, Aton, if they're not doing it?
Wait a minute.
It means they're not the people.
This is what I'm saying. This has been the main thing. If you listen to everybody that he talked to from the end back to here, everybody was talking to, and he was letting them know what was going on prior. And then the one guy that was talking about the Montana thing, talking about 30 years. This has been going on for 30 years. Why we change? Or I think the LGBTQ guy, 30 years. This has been going on for 30 years. And then he mentioned we don't want to have another 2008, 2009 situation. He pretty much knocked it all down. Now, let's go back and let's hear this guy out.
Worried about, and a lot of people aren't going to be able to say that. But again, I recognize your job, but I want you to understand the reality. I am also worried about the Section 184 program, and I'm very happy to see the program's requested, the president's requested authority and necessary resources to operate that essential program. But as you know, it ensures mortgage capital flows to areas that have long been forgotten and ignored by banks, and that's a real problem on Indian reservations. The legal challenges of how you secure a loan in Indian country and dealing with sovereign entities is a real problem for banks. But by providing a financial guarantee, you make it possible for home mortgage loans for native borrowers to be repaid in full. And that actually frees up a lot of private capital that otherwise just simply wouldn't be there. So I want to commend you for that. I want to commend the president's recognition of doing that. But again, back to the basic program, and I'm running out of time here. I just want this committee to understand as we work through this process, one way or the other, we're not going to have cuts of the order of magnitude that we're talking about in the tribal home program. We're not going back to where we were 3 or 4 years ago. And I know you've visited some reservations, worked with some tribes. I am very appreciative of that. I think if more Americans went to places like Pine Ridge and saw the housing conditions, they wouldn't believe it. They would think they were in a third world country. The federal government has a special obligation there, a trust and treaty obligation, and this committee is going to do its best to fulfill it under Mr. Womack's leadership. But again, thanks for what you're doing. Look forward to working with you through the process.
Thank you.
Trust and treaty. Trust and treaty. Now, you say, well, we got these native situations going on. We got all these other people going on. But hey, what we do know, what I've been showing on most things where people's houses people have been getting kicked off them lands. People getting their houses boarded up. And like he's been going to these places, like he's saying he's been going there. He has been the guy saying, you know what, you're not Indian, you're not American, because the other guy said American Indian when he was talking about Montana and all that type of American Indian. He said nothing about a native. This is what I'm talking about. I said, hey, I got you. I got Nadi up here. I got Chief I Am up here. I know how Nadi feels about the Indian aspect of it, but there is something to it. Just something to it. And these people that are claiming native status or some type of Indian and tribal status, really more tribal status, are getting booted.
Right, and that's what I'm saying, Aton. I just feel like this is showing us that the gig is up. The jig is up. Like, the U.S. is broke. They can't afford to give money to people that are lying, and everybody knows they're lying. Even though everybody was eating off of it, we can't allow this charade to continue. So now we got to start by cutting off these sodomites, right? That was the first brother, the first representative. Then it went to the Indian tribes, who, according to this representative on the screen, this is not the first year that this has been going on, but this is the most drastic decline in allotted revenue, right? allotted budgets from the OMB, right? The budget and management. Like, this is coming from the Treasury's not paying these. Like, you think these people don't know the law? The Treasury don't know the law? Come on, man. They know who they're supposed to pay and who they're not supposed to pay. But
this is the conversation that, okay, you call it wizardry.
Yeah,
but
wizardry.
you know, okay, I'm just going with what you call it. Everybody wouldn't call it wizardry. They'll just call it some legalese type conversation. I call it an ambiguous compound conversation. I call it bastardized. That's my basic how I look at it. It's a bastardized conversation, and it's ambiguous. One word can mean 3 or 4 different things, depending on where you at. But what they're doing right here is they're actually informing him what's going on. Like they're testing him, and he started it from one end and he moved it to the aspect of another. Basically, he pretty much said, "You're gonna get the money." You know what I'm saying? You get what you're getting. I'm gonna run you over here. I'm gonna bring you back over here, and then you look at his face right here, and he's looking over to the left, like, yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Think about what he said, though. He said it's rare that one comes in here with your rhetoric and they leave out with more money than they came in with.
Thank you.
And what that implied to me was that, yeah, they're not in agreement with the direction that the Secretary of HUD is enforcing these different executive orders, but nonetheless, they have to fund it. It goes back to the personal thing he said. He said, look, I got a personal situation. My brother. See what I'm saying? Yeah, he
That's
said,
the motto. He said, yeah, it has to do with me. He was telling them that has to do with me.
Right.
And if it has to do with me, HUD is me. FHA is me. You're right. Yeah, he's saying, I found my brother, and the only way to lift my brother out of squalor was we had to wrap him with other sources. And I can't protect my brother if I'm protecting y'all brothers, and y'all ain't Americans. But that's the thing. What he's saying is it deals with us now. That's when the other guy, man, I'm telling you, we can spend a whole 2 weeks just breaking this whole thing down based on the conversation they had individually. But he knows what it's about. They all know what it's about. And they're like, you look, he said, you know, what you just said in regards to how he came highly recommended. And they said, the president, rightfully so, like highly recommended you. So when he's coming into these so-called Native American, these reservation shit like that, they looking at him like, oh yeah, that's Big Chief Scott right there.
Yeah, that's Big Chief Scott. Like,
that big hammerhead looking ass nigga. Oh yeah, we about to step aside. Yeah, hey, look.
Wedge on your ass.
Hey, you guarantee when he went to them reservation, he wasn't dressed like that.
Man, that nigga is not.
He probably came with his shoulder pads and his helmet on, like, yeah, get them. Yeah. All y'all get.
I mean, it's actually kind of a beautiful thing to see, man. But I know he ain't gonna be the savior. You know what I mean? Like,
no, but this is the cold thing about it, though, Chief. I am. Nigga, Trump, this is where Trump is good. He's sharp. He hid him under Ben Carson in his first administration because he was so young and he was a football player. He was going to be disrespected. So he had him up under Ben Carson and they was training him. And Ben Carson had him, you know, the Ben Carson knows shit about housing. That nigga's a doctor.
Ben Carson, the
doctor. Yeah, the doctor, the pediatric.
Yeah. You said what? He was the guy.
He was the Secretary of HUD in the first administration.
Oh, that's right, and he's the first open heart surgeon.
But Scott was up under him the whole time, and Trump did it right. Like even this guy that's the AG now, the Department of Justice, the head of the Department of Justice, he been up under that girl. And then as soon as shit where he got comfortable, he put him up front. All these people that's up front now, even the dude from Homeland Security, all these people been sitting in the background waiting. He said, I'm gonna bring you later because you ain't ready for this. and all them other people took all that heat because he knew that most of them was already compromised or had other obligations anyway. But they was the popular pick, and they knew he would get in based on them. These people they didn't know. They'd be like, we don't know them people. But as soon as he got in, let them do their thing. Their first 100 days. After that, another 30. Here they go. Y'all out. Y'all out. Y'all out. Here they come.
You know what's crazy?
That was the same thing. That was the same thing with Scott in his first administration. Ben was the face, but Scott was doing all the work, and Trump admitted that. He said he's the one that been doing all this. He did that. Yep.
So what it sounds like to me is that every one of these administrative agencies are allotted a certain budget annually, quarterly, whatever language you want to use, right? But it is up to the secretary to allow certain funds to flow. What they're used to is no kickback. So that 30 million that went to that whole entire gay group of people who they were talking about first, he cut that shit off. He's cutting off funding to the fake Indians. He knows he's a real Indian. He's going to these reservations. He's not seeing his people. So we gonna cut that shit off too, right? But it's at his own discretion under the president, because the president gave him discretion to act, right? For or against or with. And he's, like I said earlier, he's cutting off that faucet. And they, like you said, they can't buck up against him because they need him. Right. They really can't, you know what I mean? They can't call, they can't come at him because he could easily tomorrow just turn that shit off. Like, oh yeah, you said this, you said such and such yesterday. Oh, okay, you was already on the red list.
Right.
Now y'all ain't getting shit. And you wasn't supposed to be getting shit. We was gonna let you get some money for the next year, but now we gonna cut you off right now. So that's the medium right there. They're being respectful when they speak to him, but they're also showing discontent.
Now, just for the people listening, I'm not explaining myself to you, but what I am saying is like, this is our intellectual guess on where they're coming from based on what we're hearing and our discernment of what we're hearing. And from my aspect, everything that they've said, meaning Nadia and Chief I don't have no disagreement with what they're saying. None, zero. Because the bottom line is that this is where civics play a part. We talk about it a lot. This is where civics plays a part in really being able to read this type of stuff. And people talking about people don't read. I mean, even the sister yesterday, Chief we was up on Smoke Channel, the sister Kay Glover. She said, all you got to do is read. Not that hard. Read. But people like, well, shit, what are people that don't read and can't really understand what they reading? Okay, well, it's all good. We work together on that, but we do this. And I know a lot of people in the chat might be like, that's why I'm just coming back and forth. I'm looking at the chat, but I'm not really going to address it right now. We pretty much on the last run, and then we're going to shut it down. So that way I can clip some of these things, what these brothers saying, what we hearing on these things, so we can reverb it. But you know what I'm saying? Just take this for what it is. Take it for the grain of salt. You know what I'm saying? I mean, look at that picture right there. That brother is solo bolo up in there.
Man, that shit that gotta be high intensity. Like, he has to be competent to go before. And I'm not saying that these men he's going before are actually competent, but yeah, it's just like preachers to tell me, man, all the world is a competency exam. You know what I mean?
That's right.
Translate, Mr. Secretary, what the wise chairman just said. This committee is going to make your job a lot easier. No need to thank us now. Ms. DeLauro.
All right, we about to go back. We gonna listen to the brother last. This is the distinguished gentleman out of South Carolina. And we gonna go back with this guy, and we gonna start with this guy.
Aton, the gay dude was the most angriest though, bro. The gay dude.
No. This one right here, that one was angry. We ain't even gonna waste some time. That's another LG. That's another LG. You know what I'm saying? And we ain't talking about a cell phone. Let's go in here. Let's go.
I said, are you taking money from the gays?
Yeah, there you go right there. Sitting right next to it.
Versus HUD's mission. We'll focus on results at HUD and not just rhetoric. This is my privilege.
To the questions, I will recognize myself for 5 minutes and remind all of my colleagues that we will enforce the 5-minute rule. So please, general and external transformation with the goal of, as you often say, getting HUD's fiscal house in order. This begins, of course, with your ongoing efforts to identify risks and direct staff resources to mitigate those risks. These efforts will help ensure that HUD can successfully deliver rent subsidy payments, maintain mortgage operations, and execute grants. The work your team has undertaken won't be easy, and it cannot be more important. What can you tell me about these programs and payment integrity efforts?
Well, yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're very excited at HUD. You know, we came in, there was a lack of financial controls, and during the Biden administration, there's really a negligence as it pertains to stewardship. And so Irv Dennis, who is our CFO, this is his second tour at HUD, he and his team have done a tremendous job, as I mentioned in my opening statement, with HUD's unified grant system, which will help us to be very transparent and hold PHAs accountable, especially at the subrecipient level. And so this is a revolutionary dashboard, if you will, to bring all of our systems into collaboration so that we can track where taxpayer dollars are going and make sure that they are held accountable and achieving the mission that they're supposed to achieve. And so we're excited about Project HUD and the innovation and the new technology that we've never been done before. And this pilot is almost done and ready to be deployed, hopefully by the end of the fiscal year, to help not only HUD, but really across the agencies in our government as it pertains to good stewardship.
Yeah, in particular, I know I'm interested, and I'm sure all of my colleagues are interested in how this work will bring additional transparency into how public housing agencies, the PHAs, use their funds. Will the way the PHAs across the nation report grant expenses and
stewardship, you guys. I'm just pausing it real quick. I'm gonna go on mute because
hell no. If you gonna pull out the word stewardship, we gotta define it. We gotta historically
that's what we gonna do. Let it flow through, because after he's done, and then the South Carolina rep is gonna go. So I'm gonna let this go all the way through, then we can knock it down and then call it a day. So I'm gonna go on mute. We're gonna run it.
program outcomes to HUD be affected by these new systems and processes?
Yes, sir. And there will be more accountability and transparency, because prior to this, it was hard to see once the money went out the door, in particular at the sub-recipient level, you know, what happens to the money. And so this will help the way that it's reported, but also help us to track it in a way that's good stewardship for taxpayers.
How are we working with the PHAs to help prepare them, coach them through this transition?
Yes, sir. We've had extensive conversation with PHAs. I myself travel across the country, but our team at HUD has extensive conversations to help PHAs in understanding that we need better policy making, better decision making, and more transparency. And this Project HUD will help us to achieve that mission.
Understand that the fiscal 25, in that time frame, HUD could not assure that its own financial statements were accurate. Well, that's kind of a sad commentary for the greatest country on the planet. This resulted in auditors issuing a disclaimer of opinion stating that they can provide no opinion on the quality or accuracy of HUD's own financial statements. And that was back in fiscal 25. What is your team doing to improve HUD's internal procedures, financial controls, and management oversight within the department?
Thank you, sir. And I'll go back, during the first Trump administration, when Irv Dennis and this team were here, HUD had 4 years of clean audits. But unfortunately, during the Biden administration, there was a lack of proper stewardship and negligence as it pertains to the finances at HUD. And so Irv and his team have been working tirelessly to make sure that we get back in compliance, to make sure that we have a clean audit. And they have assured me that in the coming months that we will have a clean audit. But really, we were trying to clean up what happened in the previous administration, which, we're not afraid of. We want to make sure we're good stewards over taxpayer dollars. And so better days are coming as it pertains to stewardship of taxpayer dollars at HUD.
I know my time is about out, but Secretary Turner, HUD has indicated it wants to shift the continuum of care program away from housing first toward models that emphasize self-sufficiency, transitional housing, and wraparound services like job training and addiction treatment. As HUD prepares to release a new funding notice on June 1, can you kind of walk us through very briefly the evidence and research that inform this policy direction and how HUD plans to measure whether that new approach is actually reducing homelessness over time?
For sure, sir. The Housing First model is a failed model. It's been around, as you know, for years, and homelessness is at an all-time high with record funding. And so we have to run a new play. We have to do something different, not just housing people, but really getting to the root cause of homelessness, mental addiction, drug addiction, mental illness, and help people to get transformed and healed and back to a life of self-sufficiency. And we will include the wraparound services and the collection of data to make sure that it is efficient and achieving the results we want.
Good. Thank you. I yield now to the ranking member, Mr. Clyburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, was there an administration before the Biden administration?
Indeed.
What administration was that?
The Trump administration, sir.
That dude looked like Steven from Django, if I ever seen one. That is Steven from Django. Django. You up and in now? Blam.
How many clean audits you had?
4.
Trump administration, sir?
4.
You had 4 clean audits when Trump, for HUD, when Trump was there. You're on the record. Okay. This question's coming back again. Now, you say in your budget or your proposal that states and local governments are better positioned to serve their communities than CDBG. Last I checked, CDBG is a block grant that goes to the states, isn't it?
Sir, CDBG has not accomplished the mission that it's supposed to accomplish. There are some states that have used CDBG for its intended purpose, but at large, CDBG has not been used overall for what it's intended to do, as I made record of and notice of in my statement.
Well, I'm asking you again, who makes decisions on how CDBG money is spent?
What is CBDG?
But the money is coming from the federal government.
So if it's not used properly, then the states are not using it properly. I'm asking the question.
Indeed. Yes, sir. And the results have spoken for themselves.
So then you are saying to me, you take all this money away, and then the states will get the money from where to meet the needs that are laid out, and give you some of it. In 1 year, unsheltered homelessness rose by nearly 7% overall, but increased by 19% in largely suburban communities, but 18% in rural areas. How am I to meet the needs of the rural areas in South Carolina with your budget?
And sir, I think that's a great question. When you look at record funding for homelessness, and yet homelessness goes up significantly, then there's a problem. It's not a money problem. It's a stewardship problem. It's a fundamental problem of the way the program is ran. It's not just housing people. It's not just creating a homelessness industrial complex. We have to treat the real root of homelessness, be it rural, be it suburban, be it urban. And that could be mental illness. It could be drug addiction, but we have to treat these illnesses, get people transformed and back to a life of self-sufficiency. Housing First is a failed model, and we can't keep losing plays. And that's it's a paradigm shift, if you will, Ranking Member Clyburn. We care for people, our homeless neighbors that are on the street, no matter if they're in rural areas, if they're in suburban areas, tribal areas, but we can't keep just housing people. We have to treat people to get them healed.
Okay.
And matter of fact, sir, I've experienced this in my own family. My uncle was homeless, and we found him, and we were able to put wraparound services around him.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So am I to understand that if we treat mental illness, we treat mental illness in the outdoors somewhere or under a tree?
No, sir. I said it's not just housing. Yes, we have to house them, but then we have to treat them.
But
it's continuum of care. It's in the name. We got away from the model.
So
we just house people instead of treating them and getting them transformed.
Okay. So if you are mentally ill, in need of housing, then because you have not been treated by the appropriate agency, we're going to render you homeless.
Sir.
That's the natural conclusion to your statement.
It actually is not. My statement is saying we can't just house people. We have to continue to care for them to get them healed.
Just housing them. We are housing them.
We got to house them first, second, and third. It doesn't
how
just
do you house them if you take all the money away?
Housing first is a failed model, sir.
I know slogan there. So I'm not dealing with slogan there in here.
I'm not either, sir.
How do you house people when you took the money away? I'll get back.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr.
And there it is. There it is. So, Chief I Am dropped off. I know he wanted to drop in, boy. Yo, brother, he be chomping at the bit, but I said we wasn't gonna interrupt it. We wasn't gonna interrupt it. Want to hear it out? We want to close it out. But yeah, that was good, man. I appreciate y'all coming up here, though.
All right.
Helping me out, though. That was A1. That was A1. That was I went on a hunch and I was like, let me get this up. But that's cool. Y'all was with it. That was cool. Yeah, but this, I mean, outside of anything else, just on a domestic level, right? On a domestic public level, Nadia, it's like I think this is most important. If this can be secured, I didn't even get into the grants and all that stuff. I did a whole research on that. I just wanted to get to that conversation. But I think if people didn't have to worry about where they head lays and the roof, and on top of that, saying, okay, I know where to go, resources, we used to talk about it, the one thing about California from north to south was about resource centers, north, central, south, for us. Where's our resource centers at? Where can somebody go and ask questions and find where to get what you need to get? I mean, we got one-stop programs, stuff like that. They had SBAs in the neighborhoods, took them all out, gone. Then even before it was gone, You know what I'm saying? It became so-called black. You know what I'm saying? Like, shit, everybody was coming up in there that didn't look like us. It was getting that easy. And then what they started doing in California is the resume changes. The job description changed. You need to know how to speak Spanish. Or you don't have to know, but if you don't, that lessens but if you're bilingual, then you know what I'm saying, you got a better chance of getting that job to be able to help your people. So if you get up in there bilingual, that's that proletariat, you got that mid-management where you hire certain people or you could change the whole trajectory. Then of course, when you come in there, you're going to make sure that your people is being taken care of. That was just like my partner, Big Kev. Shout out to Big Kev from Grape Street. That man, he took care of his people. He worked for the housing authority. You know what I'm saying? And he was young.
Right.
Man, he was getting his people jobs. I mean,
All right,
first and foremost, you know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. I'm gonna log out.
All right, my brother. Yeah, but my bad getting on the soapbox. But look, we are we'll figure it out in dealing with Copper Draco. This situation. Okay. We're gonna talk to him again. Maybe we can get on a call with him and see how you want to go about this. See if we can find something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah. All right, my brother. Yep. We call it.
Okay.
All right, my brother. Easy.
Bless.
All right. Well, that was longer than I expected. This is where I gotta make sure everything. What I'm probably gonna do is I'm gonna cut down the streams a little bit. I think I'm gonna go with 3. Find 3 good ones, and make sure it's balanced, and then get right into the thing. I might cut out the music. It's usually when I play the music, everybody gone. You know what I'm saying? I guess people not interested in the music, but it's just something. When I do the music, y'all, I'm there. I'm just working on getting the presentation together. You know what I'm saying? Keeping everything in order. So don't think I'm not there. So just be patient. All right. But you know what time it is. When we're done, it's done. All right. On the next one. On the next one. Hold on. Bam. Hold on. Let me get rid of that. Let me get that in. Bam. Once again, appreciate everybody coming out. Peace. Oh, is that right, Tamula? I know I didn't get to y'all in the chat. Hey, appreciate y'all being here. Know your business, Tamula. Okay, yeah. All right, let me shout y'all out. Tamula, know your business. Appreciate you. And don't nobody be here when I play the music. That it be one in there, and that's me saving all that. American Isness, Rod Will. Who else is up in there? Outside of Naughty and Chief I Am that was up here participating. Yeah, I think that was about it. We got Richie Ridge. We had who else was up in here? Let me go all the way. King Chameleon popped up in the building. All right. My bad. But yeah, he was up in here too as well. We got to figure out that damn Instagram thing. You know what I'm saying? We got to figure that out. Okay, Ass Rock TV. Oh, you're back. Appreciate you. He said we live. All right. Make sure you repost that. Appreciate you. Who else is here? Yeah, you guys gotta know. I'm slow motion when it's dealing with the whole thing. Copper Draco, most definitely. Ty Sam, absolutely. You know, that's where we was at. Hope they prayed. I think that's Get Back Firekeeper. Appreciate you. Richie Rich. And that's, I think, about it. So, under the circumstances, let's go. Let's go. Hopefully you guys appreciated that. Be patient with me. Be patient with me. We're going to get there. You know what I'm saying? We're going to get there.
Don't move it. Yeah. Don't move it. Don't move it. Don't move it.
I'm the coach, quotes coded in oak with a ghost loaded focus. Chrome in the coat, king with the cloak, smoking that hocus pocus. Infinite styles, pivot and pile up the mileage. I'm wild with the science. You see the line on my avatar, iron draw pride. I to devour the silence. Why you niggas steady lying? Got me laughing hard, satire and fraud. I fire the squad. Wise get crossed when I'm sparring with all the guards. Author of art, carving a mark in the bark of the market at large. Target the sharks, heart of a Spartan. I sharpen the margin with bars. You rather bargain and dodge. I'd rather you come get your taxes done. Black suit back, room facts in a stack. I'm relaxing the maximum. Get out of the pocket, the profit of rocket. Then I just might tax you punks. Bracket your funds, I'm stacking in chunks. Reacting to acid, you're begging a punch. Sometimes my community hard-headed, scarred, dreading the lessons. I chart head and start spreading the message, embedded in pressure. Sovereign living, I'm private with it. No corporate percentage. Discharging debt with a pen stroke. You still don't notice the vision. I've been telling y'all you don't want to debate me. Weighty and ready. Great with machetes, linguistically shredding the petty. Grab these 15 acres. Landscape major, plan made paper. Land patent stamped and sacred since my campaign greater. I ain't talking about Ice-T when I say that I can show you law and order. Court recorder, I sort the torture, contort the border. I eat the case, beat the state, leave a trace of the raw supporter. Briefcase aura, got your baby mama thinking that I'm a lawyer. Seminole Indian sentiment, militant on sovereign soil. Private enrollment, tribal component. I'm the boss if you're trying to employ it.
Gosh, baby, infinite.